Well, good afternoon, everyone. Wow, it has been a while since I've seen everyone coming to our core summits, but I'm so excited today. Welcome once again. My name is Oscar Jofre. I'm one of the co-founders of Core Connects, the world's first all-in-one platform for the private capital markets. Today, I'm pretty excited, and you will be as well, because as you know, with the recent changes in the Jobs Act, so many new developments are happening. And if you didn't see it, thank you, Sherwood Nice. He put it out there yesterday, which is great news. One of the regulations under the Jobs Act is about to hit $1 billion in capital raise in the next 30 days. This is a major milestone. I'll never forget the day when only $10,000 was raised. Now it's $1 billion today. This is an excitement of how powerful the Jobs Act has been. But today marks another milestone for us as well. You know, we always bring the A team on these occasions. We bring the best of the very best. And because of the recent amendments in the regulations by the regulators, it has opened up a brand new vertical, a vertical that it's so impactful in all our lives. There isn't a single one of you here today, whether you are the CEO of that company or you know someone, that you will not be able to relate to one of these verticals. And what I'm talking about is the Medtech, life sciences, biotech, pharma. We see this every day in our lives. And today, my special co-host, Stephen Stephen, welcome.
Hi, Oscar. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it a lot. Glad to be here.
Well, it's really exciting. And, you know, given the recent changes by the regulators and what's going to happen with these new regulations, obviously on the 15th of March, when it came out, the big wham was, wow, we got it increased to 75 million. You're going to hear later on today from our other speakers on these recent changes that are obviously so impactful. But, you know, one of the things that I really have not seen before is this sector that the average general public has never been given access to. And obviously, Stephen, that's where you've spent your last 10, 20, 30 years working on. And I can't imagine how excited you are about this day. Please.
Oh, Oscar, it's been the greatest because when I started back in securities in 1998, we did not have these rules allowed for us. So our hands were tied, our feet were tied. We could not raise capital the way we are able to today. And when the Jobs Act came into place, and then when you had 506Cs available and you didn't have to know people to raise capital, Regulation A Plus comes around in 2015 so that you can raise money from accredited and unaccredited investors. It really opened a wide space for the medtech, pharma, life sciences, and the biotech industry. And that is where I focus and our whole team focuses our energy on, is just those verticals.
And you know, I have to tell you, I'll be honest with you, I go back 12 years ago and we were talking about early stage startups. And I got to tell you, that was not one sector. And I can understand now because it is so capital intensive, but we need that capital injection to get these life-saving, either drugs or devices that are going to impact people's lives. And given what's happened to us today in COVID-19, it's so timely today for all of us. So we're really looking forward to today. Today, you're going to have a lineup of speakers that have a vast amount of experience in this particular vertical right from the get-go. This is a very interesting vertical. It took me a while, and thanks to Stephen and his colleague, Scott, which you're going to listen to very shortly, I learned something very interesting that we have not seen in other sectors. And I don't want to kind of open it up for you just yet, but I'm going to tell you, this is what makes this vertical, I guess, to a certain degree, an outlier. I don't know what you think, Stephen, is. I mean, a lot of people have never seen that this is something that, oh my goodness, you mean I can invest in this company? You know, it seems like it's so far away from people. Now it's right there in front of them. I'd just love to hear your thoughts on that.
It's amazing. I have spoken to about 600 companies over the past year, wow. And none of them knew Regulation A Plus existed. So we have spent our time educating And that is where our forefront always is: educate, educate, educate first. And they are starting to see that this is a way for them to raise massive amounts of capital. Sometimes when you do a clinical trial and you have to go through 3 stages, it can cost $120 million. So they have, some of these companies have 8, 12 years behind them. Some might have 2. But to be able to learn that this kind of money is available to them from unaccredited and accredited investors is new for them. And our goal is to make sure they know it and use it.
And that's, that's a great summary to get us going into the first panel this afternoon. So for all of you, stand by. This is going to be an exciting journey that you will be part of. There's never been a webinar solely dedicated to this particular vertical and the needs, the special needs that it has for capital, and then be able to match that with the impact investors out there that are looking for this and that can finally get access to it. But it's not just about that. It's about all the process they need to go through from A to Z, which we will cover. But it all starts with these 2 gentlemen right here. Stephen Brock, Scott Pantel. You guys have the beginning, as they say. You have the cons. So let's get it going. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Oscar. Scott, great to see you. You have been in the research advisory space in Medtech for 20 years. Why did you decide that this is a process that you should come to and be involved with?
Well, first, I want to thank Oscar and his team for putting on this event. They play such a critical role in these programs, and I'm grateful today to be a part of this summit and to be a part of the team here. And I'm looking forward to hearing more from the other panelists as we get through this. So why am I here? That's a really good question. I'm CEO of LSI, and we are a MedTech-focused market research and advisory firm. So we fall within the healthcare space. We really focus on MedTech over the last 20 plus years. And our mission here at LSI is to help venture-funded startups all the way up to the biggest medical device companies in the world, the Johnson & Johnson's, Medtronics, Boston Scientifics. Our mission is to help them make really good strategic decisions. And we do that through independent, unbiased market research. We are on both sides, both buy side, sell side. We also work with investors who invest in the MedTech space that are looking for innovations and new opportunities. The MedTech space is over a $500 billion market. It's growing rapidly. There's a huge appetite for acquisition and new technologies in that space. And so over the years, we've watched a lot of really interesting companies, more than interesting, amazing companies that can bring a life-saving or a life-changing technology to market. We've watched them have tremendous success. Along the way, we've also watched companies that have an incredible technology that can help patients not make it to the market for several reasons, but one of the main reasons can be a lack of access to capital. So the reason that I'm here today is over the last 6 to 9 months plus, I've been educating myself largely through the efforts that you put in play and CoreCon's put into play. I've been educating myself about what regulation A+ has to offer, and I know heads are turning across the board. It definitely turned my head, but the reason I'm here is because I believe that we're at a moment in time where this is something that innovators in MedTech, in healthcare, should take a look at and see if this is something that might help them gain access to the capital they need to grow their company, while at the same time maintaining control of their company, which is another thing that we've seen is companies sometimes get all the way there and we see the CEOs or the founders lose a lot of the equity in their company. And that's actually one of the things that I think would be helpful if you talked about, which is this whole maintaining control of your company while you raise capital. So I'll hopefully that's an answer to your question. I'd love to hear you talk a little bit about the control item.
Yes, thanks, Scott. Over the years, many companies lose control of their company by venture capital or high net worth individuals investing sometimes large amounts of money. And when that happens, they may not always notice that their capitalization table is going below 50%. So one of our programs is to get those materials in the door and show them how we see they can stay in control and go back above control using these two regulations, 506C, as a stepping stone to regulation A+. And we've been able to find that a lot of these companies, when we pro forma their cap tables, they can see the fact that their ownership is lower than maybe they thought. And then we rebuild that information for them educationally to show them how they can get above that number, from board resolutions to bonuses to sweat equity that they deserve. And our goal is to make sure, that's one of our mottos, how do we get you back in control as a founder? We don't want you losing that passion. And that passion comes from being able to stay in control, run your company, and of course have some exits at some point in time, because a lot of companies that I've talked to have been in business as long as 15 years, and they're still waiting to get to the final end. So staying in control is really key for us, and we show you how to do that. That is our objective, and we've got a lot of educational materials on that as well.
That's great, Stephen. I know in the audience we have companies from a wide range of stages of development. And here at LSI, we work with companies, as I mentioned earlier, from seed stage all the way up to later stage and even to IPO acquisition stages. Is there a stage of development that a company needs to be at to really start thinking about this? Is there, at what point are they ready, or maybe are they too early? Can you talk a little bit about stage of development, as we have CEOs on the line here that may be wondering if it's time for them or if they should be waiting?
Great question, Scott. And companies have to have patents. They have to have IP. That's first and foremost. If they don't, then it's much harder to raise capital that way. So to answer that question, they can be a startup, and as long as they have patents and are working to raise money, it's really about the story. What are we going to end up with at the end of this clinical trial? If we get to a 510K application accepted, what does it look like for saving lives and saving people across the globe with this particular company, this particular industry? And so those companies can start earlier than they thought. Many companies we talk to sometimes think the valuation of their company is much lower than we see it as when we're done our analysis. So pre and post valuation is critical to being able to see the kind of funding that they have available to them. Most companies I've spoken to, I think really one, has not been able to utilize a way to raise capital in these markets based on not having patents, not having done the work necessary to be able to get to liquidity programs that they can raise money from regarding Regulation A+ and 506C. So that brings me to a question for you, Scott. When you're putting on these summits once a year where you've got hundreds of people that show up, what do you see in the type of companies that are raising money at your events? How does that work out, and what does it look like?
Sure. So we hold an annual event in Southern California, and we're launching a meeting in 2022 where we'll be hosting an event in Europe. And the point of the event is to bring together what we think are really, really hot innovators that are raising capital. We want to put them in front of our membership, which are largely accredited investors and the big strategics of the world that have that appetite for acquisition. But our mission at these events is to talk about the future of the industry and provide a platform for these companies to raise capital. The companies that we typically have at our program are Series A or later. We will occasionally have a seed stage or an earlier stage company at the event. They usually are unique. Maybe the CEO has multiple exits or the company is ramping up really quickly. But typically we're at Series A, B, or later companies. And I can tell you that one of the challenges that some of these companies have is that the traditional venture capital funds, and there are some out there that are investing early stage, and we welcome that. But many of them, want the companies to go out and get more data, get closer to revenue or at a commercial stage. And so a lot of the companies are too early for the traditional, VCs that we have seen out there. And that's another reason why I think this, Regulation A+ is something to take a look at, because as you mentioned, you don't necessarily have to be generating revenue or that far along.
Yeah, we have a great company out there, Scott, that we told people about that was preclinical and pre-revenue and raised $60 million using Regulation A+.
Right.
So that's a sweet story to look at.
So kind of another question that I know comes up occasionally and more often, it's an increasing question that I'm getting is, and I'd love your experience on this. I know you've looked at a lot of companies. If I'm the CEO of a healthcare startup, and I'm considering the traditional path of raising, say, $40 million through a VC path, and now I'm considering a Regulation A path, and it's the same fundraise size. It's a $40 million deal. How does it look at the end of the day in general? I know every deal is different, but what am I giving up in general if I go VC path versus what would I potentially be giving up in terms of equity if I went Reg A+? I know that's kind of, I'm teeing that up there for you, but I think it's a really important question.
It is, and just as a precursor to that, using digital raises has allowed more companies to raise money than in the old-fashioned way. And so what we see with VCs versus A pluses and 506Cs, as we do comparables, we'll use PitchBook as a comparable up against what we showed the company in pre and post money valuation. And so it's called deal analytics for us in one of our tabs. And that will then show the company that maybe they give up 10% in an A plus, 40 to 50% in a VC. So it's a 3 to 4 time ratio, always from what we have built out so far. It could change, but we've done about 100 presentations of this, and that's the average that we see. 10% in A plus is given up dilution wise to the company, and 40 to 50% in a venture capital program. And that's normal. And why do they get a better rate at the A plus? That's because they're allowed to have investors across the globe come into their deal. And that helps a lot because one VC isn't giving them $40 million and asking for the world. People have seen those VC term sheets. I've talked to people who have been in 6 exits, and those VC term sheets are killers. And so if you're out there raising capital under Regulation A plus and 506C, you will have less dilution dramatically. And that is what we see all the time.
So let's talk about the investors then. Accredited versus unaccredited investors. In the title of this summit, we talk about beyond crowdfunding. So, you know, it's Main Street versus Wall Street. Talk about unaccredited versus accredited. What's the so what of that component?
Well, the nice thing is when being able to market your company across the world, we have heard statistics that as much as up to 80% are buying securities off their cell phone. And so they're able to have a minimum investment, let's say, of $1,000. And when you have that many investors being impacted by the company that they're looking at, that maybe their mother had an issue with on diabetes, or maybe there's heart valve issues or bypass issues. There's a lot of companies in those spaces. And the impact investing that comes from that is because those people, the smaller investor, is now finally allowed to invest. In the old days, we always heard about how, oh man, I was in that IPO and I got 5 times what I put my money into, but they were always higher level accredited investors. Now, middle America, less middle America, higher middle America, the whole globe can invest in these companies. So you now have a beauty of being able to have everyone have a look at being allowed to make more money than they've made before. So the democratization of capital has also occurred here so that everybody has a chance to invest. And that is why it's so important to have these summits, have the educational issues, because again, like I said, nobody that I have spoken to knows this exists, and they are always surprised that they had that chance to raise this additional capital and not have to go the VC route. And most are turned down by venture capital. So there is no reason not to at least look into this and or not use it as a tool to raise capital. It's an option. And it's a great option because the government opened it up to the US and Canada to use as a tool to raise capital in the Jobs Act from 2012. And that says a lot about Obama seeing that that was necessary back then, and it has just grown from there to where people have a tool to raise money in these sectors that we focus on, Scott, the medtech and the pharma and the biotech and the life science industry only. You won't have us looking at car companies. You won't have us looking at real estate. We only focus on making sure these companies have the educational tools necessary to make an informed decision on raising capital in a new way, a digital way, and not having to go around carrying their decks and get on planes and going from one location to the next. Great story is what Slootman did in June of 2008. Got on Zoom, talked to 1,000 fund managers, raised $3.8 billion. First digital raise like that ever. Problem was owners only had 3% left of the company. Our goal, and we show that in all the spreadsheets that we hand into people, 70, 60% at the minimum is what they have still in ownership after they've done, we've projected out a 30, 40, 50, $60 million raise.
That's terrific. And you talked about,
and it's fun. It's fun to watch, fun. Man. I'm telling you, it's the greatest thing in the world.
Well, I know we're going to get to this later in the call when we talk to the investor acquisition folks, but this idea of impact investing, and Oscar framed it up, and you've kind of touched on it. But one of the observations, and one of the other reasons that I'm here, the medtech industry has been very good to LSI. It's been very good to us here. But we want to play a role in, in doing something good and having an impact ourselves. And we believe connecting companies with capital and therefore getting that technology out to the market is hopefully in some small way, we get to help play a role. You talked about the democratization of capital. And one of the things in our industry is this concept of the democratization of healthcare. We have nearly 8 billion people in the world, and 2 billion really have access to quality healthcare. And so this market is going to continue growing. And when I say this market, I mean healthcare and medtech. There's a tremendous appetite for new technology. And so it really is truly an exciting time. And I know that we all keep talking about this moment in time and that we're at this turning point. And I'm sure that at some point, Oscar will reshare his perspective on that moment in time that it feels like we're all at. But it's just so exciting to be here today. One of the other things, Stephen, before we get into it with the other groups that I think is important to note, I think there's some myths around it, and then simply some lack of information. I know I didn't really understand the concept with regard to this program, but can you talk a little bit about selling shareholders and how it fits into the program? I think that's maybe you can top line that for us.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. What we are showing companies is that they have the availability to have some of their, let's say, older investors be able to have a liquidity event in the A+. So that we do a spreadsheet, show them what those shareholders look like as far as how many shares they have, and maybe they can sell 10, 20% of their holdings into the Regulation A+ and have a small liquidity event, have a small ROI on what maybe they've been with the company for 5, 7 years. But another neat piece to that is selling shareholders could come from a 506C, use it as an incentive so that you can raise your first $4 or $5 million in capital, let's say, and explain to them that when we go do our Regulation A+, we'll allow you to sell X amount of stock in that. And that then helps them be able to monetize their securities that maybe they didn't think they had a chance to do if they bought in that 506C. So that allows them to have a monetization event in the Regulation A+, and maybe they won't want to sell any of their shares because the company has such a vibrant potential of going public someday, of an M&A potential. So they may not want to have that available to them or even use it. The company would make that decision, but it's a great incentive for them to get their first shares sold in a program that they don't need to know the investor. So 506B in the old days, you had to know everybody. 2013 comes around, you could let the world know that you were selling. All those accredited investors, about 8.5 million in the US, are able to be notified that they could invest in this company early and possibly monetize their shares in the Regulation A+. So that's selling shareholders, I hope at top line, but then we take the time to show the detail of what that looks like to every company that wants to talk about it.
That's great. Thank you for that. I know we're going to follow up with our chat here with the folks that are making it all happen and the details, the nuts and bolts. I'm going to ask Oscar later. I'm just going to say it again. I hope he'll share his view on this moment in time that it feels like we may be at. Stephen, do you have an opinion? Is it a moment in time? Are we early? Are we late? Where are we at in your? I just want your personal opinion in terms of Regulation A+.
A+, I think we are right on time. And in fact, what's really interesting is COVID allowed this to occur because it's really ramped since 2020 and 2021 because you had people not able to go out. And so they had to find a way to talk with people. And of course, the productivity has grown through the roof with using Zoom and other tools to have video conferencing. But being able to be at the front end of all of this, like we are, Scott and Oscar and all the people on this panel today, is able to show the country there is another way to raise capital. And we need these products, these drugs, to get to market faster. It can take 8, 12 years. If they had 50 million, 60, 70 million dollars, they could start getting that out the door to more scientists, to more tools that they need to build if they had the capital to do it. And so many of them don't. And so many of them fail because they don't have the capital and they had this great IP and they are all so smart. I haven't talked to anybody that isn't brilliant in these spaces personally. And so it's enjoyable, whether they're young or older and have been around the block and having a few exits, they get the potential of this. And we try and explain to them, let's not use VC. Let's not be addicted to the VC models in the old days. Let's get to where today is, the digital raise, all the way through, not just pieces, but every single piece should be digital. And that way you can run your company and you can have companies run the raise. And that is one of our mottos. So it's right now. If anybody had told me they heard Regulation A+ when I talked to them, I would have said, great. But that wasn't the case. It was always, what? And that's good because that means we get to teach. And then they can take that and run with it.
Okay. That's great. One thing I just have to add, and I know that we're going to talk about this later, but for some companies, traditional VC will continue to be the right path. But for many others, this is something that they need to take a look at. And so I don't want to discount the role that VCs play in our industry. And it's just important that everybody understands what this has to offer. And we're bringing everybody into this so the negotiations become stronger. And I know Oscar has an opinion about this. But anyway, again, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. And I look forward to the rest of the sessions.
Thanks, Scott.
Great, guys. That was really, really well put in the end. And, there is one comment that I'll make there, Scott, regarding venture capital, private equity. The whole idea of democratization, some people think it's one bucket over here, one bucket over there. It's not. It's about giving everyone an equal chance to participate. So I truly believe that we're now finally at that crossroads where venture capital, private equity is recognizing the power, how this capital can be raised and how they can participate and still bring value. There's one particular company that I'm watching this. They call it the new venture capital model, where all the shareholders are treated equally. It's with a venture capital at the board helping management. See, that's the real value here, because the crowd can be an ambassador, but the management still needs guidance and assistance. So I firmly believe that there's a balance here that needs to happen because both capital is what the company needs. And one is just purely capital, but the other one is mental capital, that experience of operating these businesses, scaling from a $5 million company in revenue to 10 million to 50 million and so on. So it's pretty exciting. You guys really let that well off, giving everyone a great insight into this new vertical that I am really pumped, and I really believe that with this change, the 75 million, and I know if anybody watched any of our core summits, one of the commissioners that we had at our event, one of our speakers asked her, was the intent to be 75? In fact, the SEC, they were shooting for minimum 100 million. So they're thinking about you. They know that this sector needs more than 75. So, and the fact that they allow you to do it every 12 months, wow. So imagine if this gets increased to 100, $150 million per year, how much more impact we can do. So now we're going to bring in the meat. Now that you've heard Scott Pantel and Stephen speak about what the sector is and the impact and all of that, here is where the nitty-gritty begins. Now that you've gone through the session with Scott, you've gone through the session with Stephen, so now you need to make that decision of going through the process and getting it to the point where you can start utilizing this regulation. And this next panel is a group of individuals I've been involved with many, many times. If you've seen why, because it's an A team. It's the people that have been there, done that, and keep doing it day in and day out. They sacrifice the years of learning and understanding the differences. There are some major differences when it comes to this regulation. So, but before I get started with that, I would like if they could each take a moment, and please, ladies first, Shari.
Hi, thanks so much, Oscar. I didn't want to join early this time because I joined early and popped in. So wanted to make sure I didn't repeat that mistake. So my name is Shari Noonan. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Rialto Markets. Rialto Markets is a FINRA registered broker-dealer. We also operate an SEC recognized alternative trading system, which transacts across all private market securities in the US. So what we provide are really broker-dealer services in private market primary issuances, and we also offer the ability for issuers. We also offer the ability for issuers to place their security on our ATS so that their investors can monetize their investment prior to some sort of corporate liquidity event. Really quickly, my background and also the background of the majority of my team is in traditional capital markets, specifically in building out the electronic trading infrastructure in public markets. And so what we saw at Rialto Markets when we started looking at the private space is that both there was a massive growth as well as there was this shift to digitization. And we're very, very excited to participate in that shift and also to be part of this growth. So we're really excited to get into the nitty gritty. I'm going to turn it over to Reg D Resources, Doug and Nick.
Thank you, Shari. My name is Doug Ruark. I'm president of Regulation D Resources. And to my right here is our corporate counsel, Nick Antaki. And we are a 22-year-old firm. We started in 1999. And our specialization in this process is the structuring of the securities offering, the drafting of the relevant offering documents, and then working to get the filings in place with the SEC. And specifically, if we're talking Reg A plus, we're talking drafting of the Form 1A, assembling the exhibits, converting the file, submittal to the SEC, and then working to respond to any comments from the SEC. So our team is here to get the offering prepared, get the filing in place, get that offering qualified, and obviously work to get the client. We're obviously working with the team. So we're working with CoreConnect, we're working with Shari to make sure that everything is being managed efficiently. That's kind of the quarterback part of the process that we also take, is making sure that timing is being met. And so that's our firm, and we're located in Golden, Colorado, and we're excited to be part of the panel.
Fantastic. Nick, please.
My name is Nicholas Antaki. I'm corporate counsel for Reg D Resources. I have been working with medical device companies since the beginning of my career. My first job was working for a medical device company that went through not one, not two, but 3 Reg D raises, one over 504, one over the long gone 505, and another in 506. Since coming to Reg D Resources, I've been helping companies get their Form 1As drafted. And we will go into this later, but I'm just saying that it is a heavy lift, and it's a lot more significant a lift than any sort of PPM or 506 offering. The SEC qualifies these Form 1As and qualifies the offering, which demands a lot more minutia be disclosed. So I'm looking forward to talking about that.
Well, that's great. It's going to be a fun field. You heard both Scott Pantel and Stephen speak at the sector, and there's some really big differences that we haven't seen before. If you've been in our KoreSummit, we usually just, here's a regulation, we jump people right in, let's get started. But here, because it is a medtech, life sciences, pharma, biotech companies, there's some other minor nuances that need to be incorporated. So, but before we get into that, let's get started right into the legal. Let's give the audience today a legal overview of the regulations so they can understand it from the perspective of the company, and then of course the investor, and then we can jump into the actual specifics that are related to that. Nick?
So before Regulation A+ was passed, I think it was 2017 is when the regulation came out. You really had two real options. You had Regulation D506B and Regulation D506C. Now, both of those are limited to accredited investors mostly. 506B allows for 35 non-accredited investors, but those require pre-existing relationships with those investors. What Regulation A did was it allowed for companies to offer to the general public, to the Main Street investor, equity and debt securities for their capital raise. Now, the caveat to that is, as I said, it's subject to qualification by the SEC. Now, what that means is it's not, the SEC isn't passing upon the merits, and this is one of the disclosures that you put on the front page. They don't pass upon the merits of the offering, only that you're disclosing everything that you need to disclose. Now, the way that that process works is you draft up, well, the client comes in, you draft up your Form 1A, and then you submit it for qualification to the SEC. That after submission, that Form 1A is subject to a comment period back from the SEC. So for example, if they say, item 6 doesn't have enough disclosure on it, they send you back a letter, you refine the Form 1A, send them back. And this process can go on 3 or 4 times. Presumptively, you're going to be qualified by the SEC, after which it is sent to the broker-dealer and you are able to market and sell the securities to the Main Street investor.
So that's from the regulation, and the specifics related into this particular vertical that are different than others is that there, as you and I discussed, is that there's some little, I don't want to say nuances, but things that need to be considered when they're putting their filings in based on your experience.
Sure. Okay. So I think the best way to go about this would be to just kind of go through what the disclosure entails. Initially, and this is just the base details, what is your minimum offering amount, your maximum offering amount, your minimum investment amount, and your price per equity unit. I'm just going to say, from now on, I'm just going to say shares. It's just an easier way to say it. Okay. What that entails is that you have a general idea of what your cap table looks like. You have that cleaned up. You have an idea of what your valuation is going to be, and you have an idea of how much you need to raise and what the presumptive use of those funds is going to be. What we've seen clients that have run the gamut with respect to how much they have in place before we start drafting the Form 1A, and sometimes they don't have very much in place, and that of course delays the drafting of it. But usually what we recommend is that they have a very solid operating agreement or shareholders agreement or articles of incorporation in place where the rights of the securities are well defined, and they're well defined in a way that is conducive to selling in a public offering. And I'll give you an example. So one of the disclosures is item 14, securities being offered, where you have to describe things such as dividend rights, voting rights, liquidation rights, preemptive rights, redemption rights, so on and so forth. Before a company comes in and starts this process, we always recommend that they have those well defined. For example, if you have an operating agreement for an LLC where shares are absolutely restricted from transfer, and where a new shareholder has to, or a new member has to be voted in every time they come in, then that has to be amended. You're not going to have a public offering millions and millions of dollars to people where you have to vote every single member in. So that stuff like that has to be amended. And that's just in the general corporate cleanup. Another thing would be the bylaws and the rights and authorities granted to the board of directors or the manager, or whoever it is. We find that often enough, the board will have very limited rights and they have to be delegated to the officers when in fact the board and the officers are the same people. That's another thing that will have to be cleaned up. Another is a cap table. So if you have a lot of odd securities out there, such as convertible notes or safes or something to that effect, or if you have a lot of promissory notes and debt on your books, it would behoove you to clean those up before you start this Reg A process. The reason for that is twofold. One, it makes it a lot harder to be qualified by the SEC if you have these exotic securities out there that have weird trigger points. For example, if you have 30 convertible notes, all with different discount rates and different cap rates, that's just very messy as a disclosure, and you're less likely to be qualified by the SEC. The second reason is the cap table in general. You need to know exactly where your securities lie for the disclosure, as well as what what your valuation is, how much you want to raise for the company. Another, this was mentioned earlier, selling security holders or selling shareholders, whether you want to clean it up through the offering by selling their securities. So generally speaking, you want to come into this process knowing exactly how you want to use your proceeds, how much you want to raise, and whether you want to have, and what your valuation is.
Perfect, thank you. And obviously, the legals play an important role, as you heard earlier today, when a company is going through the process, when they're undertaking the very first step, which is working with Steve and Scott, which is unraveling a lot of these, and as they quarterback the process, and there are many quarterbacks here because there's so many different moving pieces. And the next one, which is another critical element of this preparation, is the FINRA broker-dealer. And Shari, you and I, we emphasize this a lot, and we need to keep doing it because of the importance of it. Please.
No, we are so excited about Regulation A+ because for a couple of reasons. I mean, one, the cap was just raised to $75 million every 12 months. So every 12 months, a company can actually go back and raise that capital, which is quite significant. Two, from my seat coming from capital markets, the securities are freely tradable. So you don't have holding periods, you don't have other restrictions on the securities, but they are freely tradable. So that's quite important. Three, a lot, even though there's a lot of review by the SEC, and the SEC does qualify them, they will never endorse anything, but the SEC does qualify the offering, the company remains private. So, it's an interesting intersect of you're doing this offering that is has the infrastructure placed on it almost as if, a much more rigorous infrastructure looking like a public offering, but you're still remaining a private company. So that's a really interesting intersect, especially as retail investors come in and look to invest on it. And the most important thing, which leads me to the most important thing, which is non-accredited investors can invest, which, as you then look at that, that opens up such a greater amount of investment dollars, as well as a really interesting, cycle in our, in sort of the macro evolution of people becoming more aligned to wanting to invest in things that they believe in, being more empowered with their financial future, wanting to invest in things themselves. And so there's this interesting macro thesis. What we do as the broker-dealer is, we provide the services with the primary issuance and work very closely with both Oscar and Doug and Nick in that team. There's a team that comes together to support the issuer through the process. And our specific role is we are the broker-dealer. So, there are 50 states. There are some states who require a broker-dealer to be able to sell their securities in their state still. So we play that role, certainly. But I think more substantively, we perform marketing reviews to make sure that, they are all in compliance with the securities laws. No one wants to step, anywhere near a line. And a lot of people, need that extra review because it may not be intuitive to have that compliance oversight from a securities law perspective, even though Nick, I'm sure, is reviewing this as well. And then we handle, really, you can think of it as a back office. So as investors come in, as the site is put up, there is the ability for retail, non-accredited investors to come in. Certainly accredited investors can come in as well to place their investment. We handle all of the know your customer and anti-laundering checks, reviews, all of the customer outreach around that, so that if there's something wrong with the application, we can manage that, as well as if someone comes to the page and then leaves the page, we can handle that outreach as well. And then we handle really the reconciliation of funds. So not that everyone on this panel, needs to know the nitty gritty, but there are different cycles aligned with the banking sector. So when you lift the hood, funds come in at different times. And so we manage all of that reconciliation process. And then the escrow finalization so that the issuer can receive their funds.
That's great. And obviously, Douglas, you and I talk about this a lot, is that we're just talking about doing the filing. I mean, I think we need to remind people, we're just talking about all the different pieces that go into a filing. And you mentioned it from the get-go, you're quarterbacking, because in order to do the filing, there's a number of agreements that are needed in order to be included there. Shari, the broker-dealer agreement, the escrow, please, can you elaborate a little bit more on that? I think you froze.
Was that a question to me or Shari?
No, for you, my friend. I mean,
oh, okay. Yeah.
You're the quarterback. Well, I mean,
absolutely. Well, one of the things I wanted to add to that Shari had spoken about real quick, and I think it's important to drive this point home for the audience, and that is what a great middle ground Reg A Plus is, because not all companies are ready to go public. They're not ready for the compliance load that's going to be placed upon them as a public company. And so what I think is really fantastic about Reg A Plus is it's a great middle ground. Yes, it's more sophisticated than a Reg D in a good way. You will have some reporting to the SEC. You have a Form 1 SA that's a semi-annual. You have a Form 1K. These are fairly straightforward filings to make. You will be required to run audited financials. Most people would tell you if you have investor shareholders on board in your company, you should be running audited financials anyways to protect yourself and protect their interests. But I think that the big benefit of A Plus is it gives you the capability to execute what amounts to a quasi-IPO. You get the market reach of an IPO, meaning everyone can invest. You have the capability to promote it to the public. And yet you're not being subjected to the same compliance overhead and costs and that a true fully public company would be subjected to. So I think that what Shari had alluded to and mentioned of the fact that it gives you the capabilities of a public offering without kind of the downsides, I think is a really important point to drive across, that you are still private at the end of this process. And I think that's a benefit for most companies. As far as the, getting the overall package in place, I mean, obviously you have the Form 1A that's getting drafted, but there is going to be exhibits in place. You're going to have bylaws. You're going to have any important material agreements that investors need to read for disclosure. You're going to have an attorney opinion letter. You're going to have the financials. So, and then obviously any other agreements like broker-dealer agreements that are going to be in place. And so I think part of the benefit of having a good team in place is that we're all experts here. So we all know what these packages are supposed to look like. We all know what the filing is supposed to look like. And it makes it a much more efficient process because, again, it is a more sophisticated offering than something like a Reg D. But I think if the benefit of that is that you have a much more controlled offering. There's transfer agents on board, there's broker dealers on board, it's past a qualification process with the SEC. So it's just a much more sophisticated vehicle all around. And yes, it takes a little bit more time and money to put one in place, but you're going to benefit by having a better vehicle, and you're going to have something investors are going to have more confidence investing into because of the sophistication and the team that's on board and the transfer agents and obviously the technology that's coming into play as well. I mean, as you know, Oscar, that's something that's really been worked on hard over the last 5 to 7 years in our industry is make this an efficient process that if someone wants to purchase shares in a company, it should not be a 30-minute process. And that's something that obviously is huge.
Yes, I agreed. It's the technology and financial sector, we're seeing that collision and to the benefit of the end user in many different areas. And but one of the things that I did want to add here for this particular audience, because I think it's important that we've spoken about the legals and the particulars and the broker dealer, and I'll get Shari to explain what escrow really is. But there's another element, which is we said financial statements. So what we need to be very clear here is we're talking about audited financial statements. So because the regulation allows both a US company, so you would have to file under GAAP, or a Canadian company, which you can use IFRS. So the regulators have recognized both countries to allow you. So as you're paying attention, what kind of financial statements will you need? Now you've got that answer right there. This is a clarity. This is part of all the preparation that you need in order to file what is called a Form 1A in order to take advantage of this amazing regulation to help you raise up to $75 million every 12 months. Now, one of the items in here, we kind of went through it really quickly. I want Shari to kind of mention it, which is escrow. So, we know it inside out, but it's amazing how many people don't know what it is, why do we need it, and what is it doing at this phase?
Of course. So escrow is really a type of an account with a bank or a trust company. And what it does is it allows, as the funds are coming in and as funds are getting cleared and as the broker dealer is matching up the funds with the cleared investors. So investors, obviously, there are two processes going on at the same time. There's the process of making sure from an anti-money laundering and know your customer perspective that we're comfortable with the investor coming on to the cap table. From the regulatory perspective, I want to be very clear about that. It's a regulatory review. And then secondly, from a money perspective, the money's flowing in. So we're doing the first process and then we're matching it up with the second process when the funds come in. Once those two stage gates, as you will, are cleared, then that escrow account will have these cleared funds. At certain points in time, the issuer, and usually they're decided prior to the raise beginning, but the issuer can then take, sweep those funds. But it's at the very beginning of the process, what we do is we set up what's called a tri-party escrow agreement. And all tri-party means is it's an account between the bank or trust company, Rialto Markets, because we're monitoring the reconciliation of all of those funds, and the issuer. And then, as those funds come in, they're cleared, then the issuer sweeps the funds for use in operations.
Perfect.
Did I answer your question?
It does. Actually, it's funny. I got asked that the other day, and I go, wow, why wouldn't they know? But it's amazing. We've taken it for granted, all these little nuances. So, for those who are creating a checklist, right here, 75 million, non-accredited, you stay private. You're obviously going to have your legal counsel, the Reg D resources. You're going to have your FINRA broker-dealer to help you sell all your securities in all 50 states. They're going to help you bring in the escrow provider. So you don't have to look for them. They're going to assist you because there's certain ones that know how to do this. And then there's two other pieces, the audit financial statements, which is GAAP for the United States or IFRS for Canada. And there is the fact that you need a registered transfer agent. What is the role of the transfer agent? This is the third party who is releasing the securities to your new found shareholders or ambassadors to your brand, to your company, to your impact investment that they're making. So this is where we as a company provide you that service. And then of course, they handle all the trades and transfers that your holders wish to make, which, as you know, you heard, it's a free trading security, so they're allowed to do. And then of course, as Douglas alluded to, you need the technology. The technology is what glues all this together. This is the best harmony of old school with new school. You couldn't change the regulation without actually bringing technology that will actually, just for a moment, think for a moment that you have a button on your website where you bring in people who love what you do. They click the invest button, within less than 2 minutes, provide all the information you need in order for them to make that investment, for then Rialto, their chief compliance officer, to view that information, approve that shareholder, move that information to your cap table, and all of this happen on your website. And that's where technology has gotten us to be able to seamlessly do that. And it's pretty exciting because the journey at the beginning is a lot of legwork, and it's going to get, as you hear the rest of the panels this afternoon, it's going to become even more so. Now, we often allow people who may have some questions. I see one person's got a question up there. I'm going to bring you in to ask that. But I do have one more question for our panelist, in particular, Nick, because he mentioned something interesting, and in particular for all of us, because this is a brand new sector for Regulation A, and he's been very specific about certain items. You know, based on your experience, because you've done the 506, which is the accredited investor, and now you're dealing with the non-accredited. Based on your experience, is there additional disclosures that companies are going to need to make in their Form 1A? Or is it maybe the standard disclosures, or is there something else that they need to consider when they're doing that?
When they're with respect to what?
They're filing their Form 1A.
Yeah, there's significant disclosures. And the one that I'd like to really talk about, which is along with, there's two in there that are the heaviest lift. That's use of proceeds and description of the business. For use of proceeds, that is really where you're talking about how you are going to use your maximum raise. Okay, so for example, if I have a $30 million raise, I could say 15 million for R&D, 6 million for manufacturing facility scaling, 2 million for marketing, 4 million for employment expansion, salaries, et cetera, 1 million for general administrative, and 2 million for reserve. So that's what generally speaking, what a use of proceeds would look like. Now, part of that is that the company is going to have to come in, and usually during the drafting process is when it happens, but they're going to have to come in with a very specific business plan as to how they're going to use that $30 million, that $75 million. One of the reasons for that is because the Form 1A requires that you also do a partial proceed. So for example, what happens if I get 75% of that $30 million, 50%, 20%, 25%? So you're going to have to make decisions at that point. And usually companies don't know that until you ask them the question. That's fine. But you have to have a pretty specific business plan in place. And that will change for medical companies specifically. That's going to change based on the phase of which the company is in. For example, if the company has patented protectable IP or protected IP, however, it hasn't gone through clinical trials, it hasn't gone through the various phases of the clinical trials, whether it's a medical device or pharmaceutical, the use of proceeds is going to look significantly different for that company, then if the company has gone through clinical trials, they are FDA approved, and all they're using is for scaling, manufacturing, so on and so forth. Concurrently, the description of the business is also going to look different. So the description of the business is essentially what we're describing the business as. For example, I have a prosthetics company. We are manufacturing and designing prosthetics. Okay, that's where your business description will come in. You would say we're designing prosthetics. We haven't gone through any clinical trials. We haven't done anything to that effect. Where are you going to use the proceeds to go through that? In which you would describe who you anticipate is going to conduct the clinical trials, so on and so forth. Another major part is the distribution of the products to the public or to the customers, to the market itself. You need to have a very clearly defined plan with respect to that. I already talked about securities being offered. The other one, it's more of a minor disclosure with respect to what I need information from the client, but that's directors, officers, and significant employees. Officers and directors are obvious. Significant employees is managers of your plants, vice president level people, stuff like that. At that point, if they've been with the company for less than 5 years, you basically need a resume for what they've been doing for the past 5 years. Along with that is if they've been with the company at any point, you need to talk about what their experience is and how it's going to benefit the company as it stands today. So essentially, those 4 items that I mentioned are 4 of 14. Okay, so you need to come into this process knowing exactly what you want to do with a clear plan. And if you do that, then my job is to essentially guide you through the process and get those disclosures from you. And it's inevitable. Every single time, there's going to be questions I ask that the client has never thought of, which is fine. And this goes to what Doug was saying. It's a much more intensive process, but that's a good thing.
Well, the other thing too that's going to be driven by operations of the business is risk factors. So the risk factor profile is obviously going to change based on where is this company positioned. You know, if they still need to get FDA approval and there's a risk that they won't get FDA approval, that's an investment risk. So that's part of what also is being analyzed as they come through this process is what are the investment risks, because that obviously has to be articulated in the filing as well.
Yeah, it's rather interesting. You know, sometimes when we hear the word filing, oh, is it just a form I put my name on it and boom, it's not. And that's why I wanted to dig into it, because every company will have its own particular items, but because we're dealing with impactful life sciences and all that, there's going to be a little bit further analysis that's going to need to be reviewed in order to make sure that it's properly qualified. And for you as a lawyer, you're the counsel, so you're submitting this on behalf of the client. So you also need to undertake that. So, Shari, the broker-dealer role in Reg A, in some ways, it's been said that the broker-dealer is just back office, but we're now seeing this new, you and I've talked about this a lot, where we're now bringing in the existing private equity group who's now saying, you know what, it's not so bad. So this is a role that the broker-dealer plays as well. It's not just playing the back office. It can also be participant in also expanding the horizon of investor base to that opportunity, in particular in this vertical that is well known to the private equity world.
Absolutely. I just want to, I'm so sorry I will get to your question in just a moment, but as you were mentioning, and actually as Nick and Doug were going through the specifics of the 1A, it occurred to me, just because we see this sometimes in our business, I just wanted to point out that, Regulation A+ and the filings that are required are quite specific and quite specific. And so it would behoove issuers to go with firms and individuals that have done them before. Because we have often seen issuers come to us that have been working with, a corporate lawyer or another type of lawyer that this is, one of my favorite sayings, all doctors are surgeons, but not all surgeons are doctors. No, maybe the other way around. But you know what I'm getting at. You need to make sure that you've got the right expertise, even within the legal realm, and just be careful in terms of be aware that not every person that you use from a legal perspective is going to be able to take this on. And so
that's the reason.
Yeah, exactly. So going to a Regulation D resources, going to a specialized firm is going to not only significantly decrease, the cost associated with it, the time associated with it, the agita associated with it, and your ability to get through this process, because it is quite specific. And there are things, I'm sure Nick knows, people that review these, and knows the questions and knows when there's a form and what it looks like and what it's not supposed to look like, and when an answer isn't hitting the right point that the qualifier is looking for. So I wanted to drive that home, because I think it is important, and not a lot of, I started Realtor Markets 5 or 6 years ago, and at the time I had no idea how many lawyers I would employ across the specialties, right? But it really does require a certain specialization. So I just wanted to hit on that.
Can I make a point on that? I was actually meaning to talk about the audited financials. So for every Form 1A, Part FS, which is the last part, requires 2 years of the previously completed fiscal year's audited financials. Now, one little caveat to that is if you file after September 30th, you also have to have interim balance sheets for the previous 2 years for Q1 and Q2. So that's just one of those little caveats that you don't know, unless you've done a bunch of these.
Yeah, it's funny, Oscar, when you and Shari, when you hear stories about people that are, filing a Reg A plus, and they're in this interminable back and forth at the SEC, they're on like their 12th comment period. They just didn't get good assistance in putting their Form 1A in place, or maybe they even try to do it themselves. But I mean, there's securities attorneys, examiners at the SEC looking at this stuff. So you need to have the right team in place. That includes obviously, transfer agents, broker dealers specialize in Reg A plus. Again, our guidance to clients is always have an administrative broker dealer on board, Rialto, leading the industry there. Because there's just massive benefits to that, and there's no reason to not have them on board. And obviously you're required to have a transfer agent on board. So.
Thank you. I just wanted to dig into that point. Oscar, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say, that's why I said today, this is the 18th. That was the objective. And you're right. We've all seen it. We know the horrors. I know another one of our speakers today, Andrew, he has helped so many clients, goes, oh my God, how many times you gone back? You got to go talk to the right lawyer now, because this thing should be already being qualified. So this is what happens when you work with people that know what they're doing versus that don't. They can go through it. So please, Shari, continue with the.
Yeah, and just to close out that comment, it's not that the other folks aren't good. It's just that this is a very specialized, specialized
100%.
area. And, there's nothing more frustrating, I think, to all of us on this call, or more frustrating, I think it is from a, empathy with the issuer, than an issuer coming to us and having struggled through this. So it's great to get it set up right from the beginning. And so now, Oscar, onto your point around other areas that we work with issuers. So while Rialto Markets is not an investment bank, we're not a firm that will take a position or invest in issuers. What we do have is we do have a network of partners, boutique investment banks. And so when issuers come to us, we work with them, and should they be interested in availing themselves of institutional capital, whether that be family offices, venture capital, private equity, or even just accredited investors, we have a variety of different boutique investment banks that we work with that can either do that in a more systematized way, meaning reach out to 60,000 and work it that way, or on a more bespoke way in terms of specific industries, where you're sitting down with a banker and you're actually working with a banker through the process and through more of the digital pitch deck type of process. So we do offer that service as well, and that just expands the reach. And I do think, if you are raising, a quite large amount of money, it does make sense to try and bring some sort of institutional capital in under the Reg A+ regime as well. Oscar, did I touch on it?
Yeah, that was perfect. That's exactly, I just, when Scott and Stephen were speaking earlier, one of the things is that, in the early days of when the Jobs Act was introduced was where, this is about, venture capital over here, this group over here. And I believe that we need to bring them both together. Democratization doesn't mean exclude. That was the point it was created, was to include. And therefore, now that the general public is included, the private equity world should embrace it because they bring value into an opportunity. I'll repeat it again. There is a company right now that has been properly legally set up specifically with venture capital money, leading on the investment, and who have publicly published a paper that they will treat every investor equally. Their role is to help management grow the business while maintaining the integrity of the business. That they call it this new venture capital model. But I truly believe that that model is not so much new as it is every VC or private equity group wants to be part. If it's a good opportunity, why not participate? The fact that the crowd is telling you that this is the product that I need, it just validates it even further. So I'm all for it. I just think this is the new frontier. So as part of working with broker dealers and lawyers and audit everyone together, you need to have that discussion about where all the capital is going to come from. The group you're going to meet next, the investor acquisition, the investor outreach, they're going to do a lot of the legwork for the eyeballs, and they're going to talk to you about all the different tactical elements to that. But you still need to have a strategy of how to include all the money in. And that's where the broker dealer plays a key role in that relationship as well. So I promised everyone we got 3 people with questions. So you guys are ready. I snuck that on you guys. You didn't know I was going to do that. So that's it. All right, Lonnie, I'm going to let you in. You have a question for the audience. You have to unmute yourself.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
100%.
Nick partially answered this question, but how much operating history do you have to have? Can you take a fresh startup company, or can you take a company that's less than 2 years of operating history and ready to go into clinical trials? What's the bookends of the startup position?
So to answer your question, Regulation A does not preclude any company from raising capital. Generally speaking, you see companies with a little more operating history trying Regulation A, but there's nothing from the legal point of view which precludes companies from starting up, doing their Reg A filing. For example, real estate companies are a great example of this. Real estate blind pool funds, what will happen is they'll start up a new subsidiary, start up a new fund, and then they'll immediately go out and try to raise capital. The operating history in general with respect to the financials, if you have been operating, you need financials for every completed fiscal year for as many years as you've been operating, going back 2 years. So if you've been up for 2 years, operating for 2 years, you need 2 years of financials. With respect to the disclosures for the description of the business, as long as you have a clear plan going forward and you have an idea of what your company does. For example, we have a pill that makes your fingernails grow faster. I don't know, it's a terrible example, but you know exactly what the pill does. You haven't started trials yet. You have a formulation and you have some sort of intellectual property that has inherent value, then I think you're prepared to go Form 1A. If you have less than that. I would say that we could probably get you qualified, but you might have a problem getting investors.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Stephen Morris, you have a question for us, sir.
I do. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. It's a very high level question. You had mentioned that as you do your offering, that it's still an opportunity to be a private company. So my question was this: given the fact that we need to provide the SEC certain reporting, and we have issued individuals stock, even if we're not on a public exchange and it's not publicly, there's not a public exchange for it, are we still considered a private company? Or because we've gone through this, or in the process of going through this process, and there is publicly tradable stock, even though it's not on a public exchange, can we still consider ourselves private? Or is it, are we technically a public company at that point?
You're still private. I think the proper way to term what you just said is the securities are freely trading, is probably the better way to put that. No, you're private still. You obviously have some responsibilities as far as update reports to the SEC, which, by the way, if you do have under 300 shareholders, you have the ability to opt out after filing one annual 1K. So you do have some responsibilities as far as the reporting goes, but technically you're still a private company.
Thank you. Danny, you have a question for us.
Yeah, could you guys share what we should be budgeting for your services? How do you get paid? Is it by the hour? Is it a success fee? And what would it cost us to go through your process?
It's a great question. So we've undertaken the ability to allow people to know what they should be budgeting. We put it out there in a blog for everyone. You should be budgeting realistically between $250,000 to start with, up to $500,000, depending on your size of capital raise. So you got legals that is going to come in between $50,000 and $75,000. They're all going to work. Audit, well, we can all go $3,500. It's a fresh new company, right up to who knows. Then there are broker dealer fees, which, sorry, I'm Shari, I'm speaking on your behalf, but she has some filings she needs to do with the SEC and FINRA that needs to be paid. But then there's a percentage fee, and the only participant in this entire race. This is a great question time for me to tell everyone, because anybody approaches you with any other model other than what I'm about to tell you, it's non-compliant. The only participant that can take a percentage of commission from your capital raise is Rialto. That's it. Nobody else. Everyone else who even offers it or anything, you are now walking into, well, let's just say a nice landmine. And with the current SEC commissioner,
to
sorry,
be specific, a registered broker dealer. I don't mean
a registered broker.
But
right,
a registered broker dealer. Yes.
Yeah, because with the new commissioner, you don't want to be barking up that tree. All right, we got another question there. Look at that. Today did we start something? Is that what happened? Okay, here we go. Abdul. Hello?
Okay, yeah, this is somebody sitting next to Abdul Kader Ramo. This is Rich Bohr, SMS Biotech. Question probably more directed towards Shari. There's many things I like about the Reg A process and the potential in it, but one of the concerns I have is that, hypothetically speaking, say we peel off 10% of the company and we go the Reg A plus route and into the marketplaces. One of the concerns I have is losing pricing pressure or pricing control over my shares, right? Because at this point, I've kind of built up a stable of current investors and I've sold it at X, and presumably I lose control over that. And one outcome is maybe these shares start trading for X plus, but another outcome you have to consider is they start trading at X minus, right? And I'm also trading into, most likely a thinly traded market, which implies more volatility, right? And then also, some of the broker to broker, kind of transactions over past history, maybe you're more susceptible to manipulation and things like that. So, how do you kind of alleviate those kind of concerns I have about that?
Absolutely. Thank you for your question. So first of all, there is a panel specifically on, I believe, secondary trading, right, Oscar?
Correct.
But I want to address your question. So if you can tune back in when Lee Saba from Rialto Markets and I believe Kiran from KoreSummit are going through the secondary market, and we'll be able to discuss that in depth. But completely understand the concerns. Very valid concerns. We have several different mechanisms that we've worked through to assist investors with price discovery, as well as to give them more information on the company. Now, can we, stop an investor from putting in, an order for, a certain price? We can have certain bands around different prices. And we can also have what could be akin to like a corporate buyback program to help alleviate some of those concerns. However, we are a highly, highly regulated platform. So those are all under programs that are offered to all issuers under very systemic, meaning they work the same way all the time, and programmatized functions. Did I answer that?
I think you did. Well, look, at the end of the day, this is new. It's not about thinly trading. There's no trading from that. All of us will say, we just unveiled secondary market just recently for the very first time. The regulation came in 2017, as Nick indicated, but only now, 2021, Rialto is the first secondary ATS where an investor can go there directly. The audience, what we're hearing is they're embracing it. And the reality is investors aren't buying your shares to liquidate. If they were, then you are going to be trading in an OTC or TSXV kind of environment or CSE. That's not what this is. That's not what the Jobs Act was about. The Jobs Act was about democratization of capital, allowing everyone to be able to participate. Number two, to keeping the ownership with you. You heard Scott Pantel speak about this today. He has seen two different scenarios where, one, companies don't get funded. And that's sad because it could be a life-saving drug or item. Number two, where the company does get funded and you lost your company. And that I've seen all too often, right? All too often we've seen that. So you need to look at it in a very different manner. Sorry, Shari?
Yeah, if I can just close out the comment, you said something that just reminded me, these markets are quite early, but we have structured them to be specifically investment markets, not trading markets, not speculative markets. So to be investment markets. So that's really, the way that we're really trying to help with setting up the proper incentives.
Perfect.
One thing I'd like to say about that as well is when you come into this Regulation A plus process, and this is the corporate lawyer coming out in me, whenever you set up a company and you're starting to raise capital, you need to really think about, in a very deep sense, what your exit strategies are, whether you're going to keep it in perpetuity and just issue distributions to your investors, whether you're going to have an asset sell or a merger. Or an IPO. I mean, you have to really deeply think about these questions because they generally come up in the disclosure, and it will really affect your strategy for the raise itself.
That's a great point. Thank you, Nick. Francisco, you have a question for our panel.
Yeah. Hi, everybody, and thank you for your time. It's a really interesting panel. This is I'm beginning in this Medtech fundraising since I've always been an electric and design engineer. And since I'm in Latin America, it's Reg A plus and Reg CF, I don't think if I said it correctly, applicable for international company, let's say Canadian, Mexican, Brazilian, European, you say it, or is it just for US companies based only?
Great question. So I'll take that so first of all, regulation CF was created for US-based companies. So there have been a lot of companies from Latin America that what they've done, they've created a company and put people on the floor in the US to be able to utilize that regulation, because it's not just incorporate and that's it. So that's for regulation CF, and you can raise up to $5 million every 12 months from the general public. Regulation A is for a US or a Canadian domicile company. Now, you can incorporate in either the two jurisdictions, meaning US or Canada, but you will need to have even a stronger foothold, making sure that you're going to need to show and demonstrate to your lawyers that you're not just incorporating that in a body and your full operations are somewhere else. So many companies, in fact, here's the interesting thing. The darlings of Regulation A is not even a US-based company. The darling is a UK-based company. The second darling, once again, was not a US-based company. It was an Australian company. So what they did is they maintained their operations in the UK. They created a company in the United States with a team because they were expanding. And then they used the US company to raise the capital to further and expand their business. So there is a model for that, Francisco. You reach out to us. There are lawyers specifically and providers that know how to structure it, so you do it fully compliantly. All right, Bruno, you have a question for us. Hello, Bruno?
I just need to unmute. Here I am.
There you are, sir.
How you doing, Oscar? Good
doing great.
webinar. Very
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. One, I guess, is a follow-on from the other question regarding whether you're a public company or not. And as you know, and I don't know if your guests know, but most Canadian companies, if they're private, can access the scientific research and experimental development tax credits, and you have to be a private Canadian company. Do you know if that is retained once you raise money through this vehicle?
Well, I can't, I'd like to be clear, it's a public offering of a private company, of private securities. Whether you are going to avail yourself of Canadian benefits, I can't say, especially when it's so specialized on, the scientific.
No, I'll answer it because we're going through it. And the answer is we're private, Bruno. So the company maintains private as long as it's less, you remember, it's got to be 51%, right? So the Canadians need to own 51% in order for SHRED or any of those credits. But it's a great question because one that I should have thought of. But you had a second question as well?
I did, and I think you talked about it a little bit in terms of what is the cost. I mean, if you're going to embark on this process, how much money should you have in the bank? And I guess part of that is how long is the process going to take? Let's assume I have a lot of the documentation, but not all of it. How much money and how much time to be able to push the button and start raising money?
That's a great question. So regardless of what we try to tell people is to plan for at least 4 to 6 months before you can even go live, because when the lawyers file everything, it will take the SEC 31 days before they respond. But to file that document, they need audited financial statements. So you try to plan that into that equation. So during that time, what do you need for capital? So that's why we say around, and I'm talking US dollars now. So you need about 250,000. What a lot of companies are doing, though, this is the wonderful thing about the Jobs Act, is that while you're doing your Reg A, nothing is stopping you from doing a Reg D, which is an accredited investor, to kind of supplement the capital you need to do your Reg A, or you can do a Reg CF. And you can get up, those can get up and going very, very quickly while you're doing both. In fact, so here's another question people ask: can I do a Reg A, a Reg CF, and a Reg D simultaneously? The answer is yes. There's nothing prohibiting you from doing that. So there's a lot of flexibility, but you do need to budget for this properly. We do know success is based on understanding that you need to go through these processes. You need these things because those are the measurements. And you're going to hear that in the next panel. They're going to emphasize that if you're not ready for this and you didn't budget for that, do not expect it. You could have the most wonderful product in the world, but if nobody knows about it, nobody knows about it. Just because you're on the internet, you're a needle in a haystack. One more question here, Joseph. Hello, Joseph. We lost Joseph. Okay.
No, you didn't lose Joseph.
Oh, okay.
Here I
There's
am.
Joseph. Okay.
Yeah, Counselor, sir, what happens? Have you run into a problem with your Reg A offerings to the unaccredited, non-accredited folks? Are you running into problems with the 500 shareholder limit at all of the Exchange Act?
Well,
Okay, well, let me just address that. So if you are required to be an investment company, you are precluded from using Regulation A. Now, we've run into a few RIAs under the Exchange Act that you wish to use Regulation A to expand operations. Now, that is a permissible use of the proceeds in a permissible company. So that's available to the to RIAs. However, you can't be an exchange company under Regulation A. I don't know what you're referring to with respect to the 500 investors, the 500 person limit. I don't know if it's another exemption that you're referring to. But generally speaking, you don't use concurrent exemptions, one from the 33 Act and one from the Exchange Act of 34. You wouldn't use those concurrently.
Perfect. Douglas, Nick, thank you. It was very informative. I think we dug into getting people the preparation. Shari, as always, thank you so much. And by the way, we did get that picture of you sneaking in like this. So yeah, exactly like that. So great to have you all. Looking forward to seeing you again very soon, as always. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for our next group that is coming on board. You know, we had the lawyers speak. We had everyone kind of bring us an update on what's happening in the market. And one of the things that preparing is making sure that you also have the right team to make sure the awareness of your offering is done properly. I mean, this is one that I speak to one particular gentleman. I'm not going to say more than my wife because she'll kill me. Don't tell anyone. But we do speak frequently because the market is evolving, it's changing, and it's pretty darn exciting to see all these wonderful things. So we are waiting for one of our colleagues here right now to join us. And I do apologize if we didn't get to all of your questions for the other panel. You can send us an email. We will be more than happy to answer those questions for you. If you want to know how to reach any of the speakers, we made it very simple. We don't make it hard. We're very transparent. Just go to www.KoreSummit.io and you can get the information you need in order so you can contact any of the speakers. You will see their bio, you'll see their link to their LinkedIn, and you'll also see their email address so you can begin the discussions with them to speak. So right now, we're just waiting for one of our colleagues right now that he has disappeared. Did anybody know where Mr. Pantel disappeared to? You guys scared him off, didn't you? Huh? Andrew? Did you scare someone again? No, you didn't do it this time. Okay. So, all right. So we're gonna I'm gonna keep an eye that he comes in here right away. But in the meantime, what we are going to do is someone there might have some answers for us. I don't know. So this particular panel that we are going to have this afternoon is the second phase of the process. So recapping for everyone, we talked about what is different in this new vertical that starts with Stephen and Scott Pantel in the beginning. Then we get into the preparation phase with the Reg D resources, legal team, the Rialto markets, and from the broker dealer, the transfer agent at CoreConnect, and then the technology that we provide. But now these are the guys behind the scenes. These are the guys that make things happen that a lot of us didn't even know they were doing it. That's right, they're in the shadows. But it's an important thing that they do. It's so important that, about a year and a half ago, Andrew and I, we were having a discussion. People used to call it marketing. I go, Andrew, and he agreed. I think he already had the term coined, but nobody was using it. But it's not just marketing, it's investor acquisition. It's not just investor outreach. It's not investor relation. It's a real new art and specific for this new digital frontier of the Jobs Act. And today we're very fortunate to have the experts that we do have here in order to make sure that we can help you in that journey. So I'm going to let the two of you begin that discussion while I look for your other colleague who might have disappeared in the cloud, because I'm pretty sure he's out there. But in the meantime, Andrew, Scott, why don't the two of you begin introducing yourselves? Andrew first, and in the meantime, I'll keep looking. All right?
Yeah, actually, Scott Pantel's got kicked, and his link to get back in isn't working.
Don't you just love technology and security?
Oh, don't you love it? Don't you love it?
I truly do. I truly do. So that's a good lesson for people like that to learn. Don't leave because the door locks. Welcome to Zoom's new security.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so Zoom created this amazing new security layer that didn't tell any of us about it, but that's okay. We learned the hard way. So the drum roll comes on, and gentlemen, please take everyone through the journey. Have fun. Look forward to talking to you guys all soon.
Thank you, Oscar. And I'm sorry for the technical difficulty. It wouldn't be the same without something like that this morning. I hope you guys can you guys hear me okay, Scott and Andrew? Okay. The meeting has been tremendous thus far. And now we're at what I think is one of the most exciting pieces of this. And clearly investor acquisition is a major factor, if not the key factor in success in a Reg A+. And I'm pleased to have two of my colleagues here today that have a tremendous amount of experience in the space. I thought I would ask Scott Allen to give us a brief intro, and then we'll ask Andrew to do the same. And I have my first question for Andrew. So Scott, you first, and then we'll send it over to Andrew.
Sure. I have I'm the CEO of Investac, and we are an investor acquisition firm. We specifically specialize in Reg A+, and specifically in the industries we're talking about today, medtech, biotech, and pharma. I've got a 25 plus year background in digital marketing and about a 17-year background in securities. Actually, Stephen Brock, who was on earlier, and I have known each other and worked together on and off for 17 years. So we've got a great rapport and some history there.
Thank you, Scott. Andrew?
Great. So I'm Andrew Korn. This is my 75th webinar with CoreConnex, so thank you, Oscar. I am the founder and CEO of E5A. We are a systematic, data-driven investor acquisition firm. In my past, I've written hundreds of IPO roadshows, built an agency, a software firm, and then switched careers and spent 11 years as an equity portfolio manager, multi-factor model, designed exchange-traded funds, and managed north of $2 billion. So have owned a lot of public companies on behalf of my clients and invested very early as well. I'm an active angel, primarily in fintech in New York City, where I live and work. My team is all over the world. We do what we call time zone arbitrage, so we get things done where it makes best sense, and have worked extensively in this particular area as well.
That's great. All right. So again, it's great to be with the two of you today. So Andrew, let's start with you. Investor acquisition. What is it? Is it art? Is it science? Is it both? Kind of frame up for us what this investor acquisition is all about.
Sure. So, when I came up with the term, it's because, so my firm works not only within Reg A+, but we also work extensively in financial products and working for investment banks, brokerages, trading firms, and around the ecosystem. But the bulk of our work is, how do you acquire an investor? Are they an institution? Are they a family office? Are they a investment advisor? Are they an individual? So essentially what you're doing is acquiring them both share of mind and share of wallet. Of course, it's measured by how much money they put in, but it's also share of mind, as I'm sure Scott will attest. A lot of people invest 2, 3, 4 times in the same Reg A offering, even within the confines of the same 12 months. And is it science or art? And the answer to that is yes. There's a lot of nuance to what gets done, and there is a tremendous amount of mathematics that go into it, assuming you're doing it at a high level. And there's absolutely art as well. Certainly there's art in storytelling, but there's science in storytelling. There's very little art in the numbers, but there's an awful lot of art in putting together a media plan. So I would say it crosses both.
All right, that's great. And Scott, would you like to add anything to that? We talk a lot about the pillars of investor acquisition, and maybe you can add to anything that Andrew commented on, and just give us your view and philosophy on at a high level on things.
Yeah, it may not happen the whole session, but right now I agree with everything Andrew said. It is absolutely a mix of art and science. Really, both the data and the storytelling are really at the core of that. We talk about in Reg A Plus, we really talk about 3 pillars. The first being the brand marketing and establishing a strong brand. We think that that's at the core of it, because that is how you tell the story of the impact that attracts those potential impact investors. We also know from the data that a strong brand drives higher return on ad spend, or ROAS. And so that's got to be there. Actually, that can take place even before the offering goes live, is getting that brand foundation clarified and built and start getting that story out there. A lot of these companies in this space have absolutely no presence. We have had clients that have had no website, or a one-page website that was thrown up by one of the scientists who most of their work is in the lab. Then the other 2 pillars, and I think a really important point, is that this is something Oscar alluded to in one of the earlier sessions, is that this is not this is not venture capital, private equity, or the general public. It is, and it's inclusive. And so with our outreach programs, we have 2 tracks, one going after the accredited investors and the other going after general public. And while certainly there is some crossover, fundamentally those core strategies are different. Going out to the public, you're looking at running digital ad campaigns, you're looking at the PR, you're looking at those sort of things. Whereas for the accredited investors, you're going to the financial newsletters, you're going to the databases we have of those accredited investors, the CPAs, RIAs, family offices that have access to those accredited investors. So there's really those 2 tracks that have to happen as part of the investor acquisition process.
All right. So I heard a stat earlier that there were 8 million or so accredited investors in the US, and then hundreds of millions of unaccredited investors. Andrew, over to you. Where do you find the investors? How do you know if you're getting it right? Talk to us a little bit about that.
Sure. So every offering is different. Let's start with that. We as a firm build a lot of our own internal data. We look mostly for angel investors. So who and what is an angel investor? The angel investor is someone who's accredited and is invested in a private deal. Just because you're accredited doesn't make you an angel. You have to put your money where your passion is, or where your thoughts are, or where your arm was twisted. My first angel investment, my arm was twisted. So it was in a brewery. I did very little due diligence. I got lots of great beers, but I lost all of my money. It is actually the only angel investment I've ever lost all my money on. So we build quite a bit of data on that. But just because you're an angel and you're accredited doesn't mean you're going to invest in that deal. The deal that we have or the offering that we have. So the second thing we look for is affinity. And do you have some kind of connection to it? So someone approached us recently with an orphan drug that they are looking to get to human trials on after very successful animal trials. And I said, that's great. I wish you great success, but I can't help you because the audience for it is too small. If you take everyone who has the disease, cares for the disease, loves and knows someone with the disease, it's not enough people to fulfill the offering. So very quickly, we do back of the napkin math to make sure, do we have enough people with the affinity? And then do they have the financial ability to make the investment? And I'm going to turn this over to Scott because I know I'm speaking a long time here, but what's the minimum investment? That's going to determine a lot about who we go after and why as well. Oscar and his team are putting together some stats of median investment on a credit card, median investment with ACH, median investment through wire or check. And all of this is tied into what the investment is, but also what that minimum is. So there's an awful lot of things going on to figure that out. We tend to ask our clients, who's your ideal investor? Because we want to acquire some of those. And then who's your most likely investor? Because that's what we can scale.
Scott, anything to add?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say what you were talking about, Andrew, this is one of the great reasons for us to be partnered with CoreConnect, because with them having such a huge share of this market for Reg A plus raises, they have unprecedented amounts of data. Frankly, they have more data about what really goes on in an A plus race than I think than the SEC does, because all the data the SEC has is public, and CoreConnect is pulling that stuff in as well. So I know we're all going to be excited to see that and then improve the process for all of us. As far as attracting investors, identifying those investors, one of the things that I love about this space from sort of the marketing standpoint is these people are actually pretty easy to identify. They generally fall into a couple of groups. One, Andrew, what you were alluding to is the people who have an affinity. There are a couple of ways that we identify those within the space. First of all is the clinicians that are dealing with whatever symptom or problem that we're talking about. They are already in professional associations. They already have publications. We can go right to all of the cardiologists. There's an association for that. We can go right to all the ophthalmologists, all the sports doctors. Those are easy to identify. And then even on the broader side, for the general public, there are all the nonprofit associations that support those causes. And again, those are very easy to identify or even partner with, to go to people who support the American Heart Association or the Susan G. Komen Foundation or the American Diabetes Association, or who are in the groups on Facebook where these topics are discussed, or the people who talk about these things on Twitter use the hashtags about these topics. And so it's much, much easier to identify supporters and particularly the physicians in the space who are likely to be accredited investors than it would be for a lot of consumer products.
All right. And while we're on that, I'm going to ask you a follow-up question, Scott, and then we'll ask Andrew to weigh in on it, because we are the subject of this session is on healthcare. Talk to us a little bit more about challenges and other opportunities working in the healthcare space in general. I'd like you to weigh in on that and then get Andrew's perspective.
Sure.
On the segment in particular.
Sure. There are a couple of challenges I really see in this space. And the first of all, of course, has been alluded to earlier, is these companies need a lot of money. It is an average cost of over $100 million to get a product to market, certainly in the pharma space, and to some extent in the medtech space. By the time you go through all the R&D studies, clinical trials, FDA approval, and go to market. So the idea of being able to actually raise $75 million in a year, and Oscar said that may even go up to 100 million, those raises are different. And I know Andrew's got some thoughts on that, as to what's different about raising $75 million versus, I think the median raise on A+ to date has been somewhere in the order of 22 million, 23 million, something like that. And a lot of those were in real estate. So that creates a challenge of how to do those larger raises. The other big thing, I think, in terms of a challenge is the legal complexity of it, is the fact that not only are you dealing with securities law and SEC attorneys, we have the FDA attorneys and all the language that's involved with that. You always have IP in this space, which you may not have in the case of some consumer products. You have HIPAA if you are any kind of medtech device that's also keeping patient data. And that's one of the things that's why it's so important to get this foundation for all of this. And that, the team that we all work with really makes sure that all of these pieces are in place before they even start to go and file for the raise, because they have to be there. You won't get the investors, you won't make it through the raise. In terms of opportunities, this is the other thing besides the ability to identify the people with an affinity is, as we've talked about before, and you're going to hear it over and over again, is these are big impact products. These are things that save lives and improve quality of life. We have talked to companies that are dealing with concussions and traumatic brain injury, with loss of limbs, diabetic amputations, spinal implants. It's all over the place. And I get excited when we talk to people about these things, and when we hear what they're doing and how excited they are about what they're doing. That's one of the things, is that these CEOs, these founders, they may or may not be business people, but boy, they know their stuff. They know their stuff, and they are excited about it, and they believe in what they're doing. And so that lays a great foundation for a great story.
Andrew, you want to add to that?
Yeah, there's a couple of things I took some notes on. So, Scott is accurate that we work on larger Reg A pluses. We don't work on Reg CF. We've dabbled in CF and found it to be not really in our wheelhouse. That said, we're about to take on a CF, but it's really specialized, and it ends up being about an $80 million raise. So we do work sometimes when we're combining Reg D with A+, or Reg D in this case with a Reg CF. So, looking at healthcare as an impact investment, I think, is idealized. And I agree with Scott. I get sucked in by some of these stories where it's like, oh, we need to be in on this. But then we'll back off when the data doesn't work. Or, as Scott said, they may not be great business people, but they really know their stuff when it comes to the science. So to do a successful raise, especially a larger one, there needs to be a well-rounded management team. Who's their CFO? If they're not on board yet, are they identified? Are they willing to put their name and photo on the offering page? So I put my portfolio manager's hat on. I look at every company from an investment perspective and say, if this was a public company, would I put my money in? And as a private company, will I be the first investor? Assuming we're using the core software, I'm usually the first investor just to make sure it's working live. So sorry about my dog barking. Not much I can do about that.
I was actually going to ask you, Andrew, because I was doing my homework and I looked at your LinkedIn account, and I was wondering if the fella on your lap is an analyst of yours, or maybe that's the guy here barking there in the background.
Yeah, the person or the dog barking in the background is neither an analyst, but she is definitely she's a comfort dog for sure.
Okay.
Just, I hear my wife coming home at this moment. So when I am working from home during the pandemic.
Okay. So I want to stick with you, Andrew, and then we'll kind of go back and forth here. I'd like to keep this fluid. So you've done many deals, Andrew, and the overall volume in the industry is ramping up. I'd like to get, I think it'd be useful to share with the audience just a general, how many deals have you guys seen? What's volume in the industry look like? And then I want to get into how you're sourcing the data, a little bit more detail around that. Could you?
Sure. So those are two very different questions. I'm going to take them one at a time. The first is that, I have built and sold an agency. I've built and sold a software firm. I've worked at a couple of public companies as chief marketing officer. And I also built and sold an asset management firm. So this iteration of my career, we are basically limited to the number of deals where I can be effective. I've got a very deep team of people. Every single one of them are smarter than I am. Many have not been on the planet quite as long, but they are super smart and great at what they do: writing, design, data science, media buying, media optimization, project management, etc. So we are very, very picky about what we work on, as the broker dealers and lawyers and KoreSummit will tell you. We probably decline to write a proposal 6 out of 7 times when we meet a prospective. So a couple of things happen with that. One is that we really like impact investing. So we're working on a bunch of things that help the planet, help humans, help the environment, help clean air, etc. So with that said, there are some things we do that aren't quite as ESG or impact investing as they may appear to the average individual. When it comes to medtech and healthcare, we only will work on things that are treating a root cause. Something that's treating a symptom is not something that we have any interest in. And I think that's something that becomes big pharma, and this is only my opinion, is one of the big problems with big pharma. Now, if someone's in pain, they need pain relief. But when it comes to funding a small, new emerging company, treating the root cause is something we're super interested in. So we used to source data by looking at Twitter and things like that as well. But we found a lot of the people are not quite as qualified as they initially appeared. They may have a great affinity. We can look at hashtags. We can actually look at followers and take followers because all their email addresses, or at least who they are, is exposed. We can reverse that, especially if we know location, into an email address. We can then take those email addresses and make custom audiences. We tend to go other routes now. We definitely start with the doctors, then everyone who is helping in that specific area. Also scientists. We've met founders with PhDs, but not MDs. So we're really looking at where are they, and are they in academia as well, and are they at an academic institution where there's a propensity to get in early or to be more entrepreneurial, excuse me. So all those things are factors in what we're looking at. The problem with that data set is that it may be good, it may be robust, but it's too small to handle a large raise. It's better for a Reg D than a Reg A only because of its size and volume, not because of its quality. So I'm in complete agreement with Scott on the quality, and it's a place to start, but it's not necessarily a way to scale the data.
Scott, anything you'd like to add to that?
Right. Well, of course, one of the key things is that that I know Andrew and I both do is that when you start your fundraising, when you start your advertising and outreach, is you track all those results from that. And we can go in with a lot of good ideas of starting points based on these affinity groups and the clinicians and associations and scientists in the space. But the fact of the matter is those first couple of months, first 2-3 months, you're going to be testing and seeing which of those groups are responsive, which messages to those groups are responsive. The exact same kind of things we do with digital advertising. If we're running ad campaigns in Facebook and LinkedIn and some of these professional publications, the first 2 to 3 months of the raise are figuring all of that out, and it could be different every time. That's the key, and that's why there's big variables in the media spend budget as well, because we never know. We can do 100 of these, we can do 1,000 of these, and every one of them is going to be different. That's why, like, when we in our capital planning valuation strategy that we do for these clients, and we plan out a budget for the whole thing, you'll see that the incoming investments are backloaded. It's slow at the start, where it's backloaded. You may see, if you run the raise for 12 months, you're going to see your largest investments in the 11th or 12th month, short of some VC coming in and dropping $1 million or $2 million in it. But just in terms of the number of investors, you're going to see it coming in at the end, because we've been figuring out how to optimize off the data we're actually seeing off of your data, and not off of some hypothetical thing or best practices in a space where we simply don't have enough data points your data is going to always be our best data.
And I'm going to just throw this out there. We have about 30 minutes left, but I'm sure, Oscar, there's going to be some really interesting questions from this group. So if anybody from the audience can start thinking about their questions, we're going to tee those up in about 15 or 20 minutes. Andrew, how do you know if you're right?
So it's funny, because I wanted to jump on a couple of things that Scott said that I completely agree with. And it leads totally into how do you know you're right. So a basic premise of digital advertising is that you draw all the right people to your offering page. You build up a statistically significant number of them, and then you can say to the algorithms, get me people with the same demographics and the same behavior, and let's advertise to them, and let's narrow where they can see it, so that there's, or at least the way we do it, there's some conceptual and topic-oriented things that make it so that ad's in the right place. We don't necessarily want an ad for a medical device on the Weather Channel, not that there's anything wrong with the Weather Channel. But I might even contradict that and say, if they've already been to the page and we're retargeting them, it may be perfectly acceptable. So there are so many exceptions to every rule. So when building that initial data pool, you need to know that you're getting investors, or you're going to ask to scale your advertising based on crap data. They may have self-selected coming to the offering page, but if they didn't click the invest button, you didn't get very far. And if they click the invest button, did they make it to page 2 or 3 of the Oscar sign up? Did they actually sign their docs and fund? So how do you know you're doing well in the beginning? Well, the first week, everything's a disaster. And if it's not, you're not doing it well, because if everything goes right, you're more lucky than smart. And in the beginning. Now, it's different in certain things like real estate, where you can be an awful lot more precise on what you're doing. But with something like medical, you're going to be wrong in the beginning. You might be wrong on your data. How do you know that? You might be wrong on your messaging. It might be of the right people coming, but when they get there, you're not telling the story properly. And, you get so close to this with your client, you almost could do the CEO video yourself. And then third is, it's not just messaging and data, but it's media. We also market exchange traded funds and other investment products. And we've got, and I'm going to depersonalize this away from A plus into ETFs. Some ETFs sell way better on Facebook and others sell way better on the web. So, on the web, in what channel? Is it in the health channel? Is that where you want to be? Or are you going to do better in the business channel? So, we, as part of our presentation, love to say, we always post ads on the Washington Post. We also always post ads on the Washington Times, because we don't care what side of the aisle anyone's on. We just want to find them. And then we want to optimize to what is working and turn up what's working and turn down what's not. And then just quickly, because Scott has his pillars, which we have something similar, which is test, measure, refine, and optimize. And with those things comes an awful lot of nuance, because you are optimizing media, data, and messaging. And messaging is multi-level also, because have they never heard of you? Have they already come to the offering page? Are you bringing them back? Did they watch the video? Oh, there were 3 videos to watch. How many did they watch? Is there something to download? Did they leave you an email address? Have they seen the news? So much of these things are what motivates someone to click the invest button and complete their investment. So anyway, the answer to your question is that you're seeing people in the continuum, and that is predictable because you've done enough of these to understand where they are in the continuum and if that is worth optimizing. It's not necessarily money in the door really quickly, as Scott said. It's the opposite of like Indiegogo. These are a marathon, not a sprint. And the end of month one, what you want is a lot of learning. In digital marketing, they say fail fast. In Reg A plus, fail faster.
I'd like to just add one quick thing on there. Another point is this is a great reason to run the raise on your own site and not a platform. Couple of reasons is, first of all, by running it on your own site, we have all the data. We have everything throughout the process with CoreConnex and seeing that every step along the way of people signing up and accessing the documents. We also, you don't have to show how much you've raised so far. It's probably a good idea once you've actually got some traction in it, because it helps with the social proof. But if you're on most of these platforms, they're showing how much you've raised from the moment you flip the switch. And people don't want to raise and put money into something that, who wants to be the next person who puts it in when it's only raised $580?
Right. Yeah, so I have to tag on that. So we won't do a raise on a platform. No interest, because there's no data. The platforms are, to me, antithetical of trying to help their clients. They give us zero data, zero information, allow us zero tagging. There's absolutely no interest in working on a platform. That said, if you're raising $75 million, and we have 3 of those currently in-house, co-listing on a platform is fine to see if they can't help you milk their captive audience, assuming they do have a captive audience, which I don't actually believe they do. Even Start Engine that claims 500,000 registrants, I don't think they're actively investing in deals. So, and then the second is, no one wants to be the first investor. As I can tell you, as I have raised angel money, I've raised VC money for my own firms. No one wants to be first. We recommend having some investors at the ready the day you start. And your first update or news update should be that the first X amount of dollars is in. And it's really interesting, that dollar amount. It's like, oh, we've already raised $700,000. Well, that's great if you're doing $1 million CF or even a $2 million CF. It's petty cash if you're raising $75 million. So what number is going to make people comfortable?
Okay, and you guys have kind of already touched on this, but I'll just, if anybody wants to add anything else, we've had this come up a few times, and it's the CEO, and he's a little concerned that he's not going to be on that platform that has all of those investors all queued up. and we have to spend some time kind of walking. Is there anything else how would you address that? And you've sort of already done it, but for the CEO that's worried that he's not going to be on the platform with all the investors sitting there queued up, is that a false sense of security anyways? Anybody want to jump in?
Take that, Andrew.
Sure. Yeah, it's a total false sense of security. So the business model is you get 1,000 issuers, each one's going to have 25 friends and family. There's 25,000 people who have registered and made an investment on your platform. So, and if you had 50, then, the math just continues. How many of them are ever going to invest in someone else's deal? The numbers are unclear. I'm not overly impressed when they publish how much money they've raised. So, we have been involved in $1 billion Reg D. We've been involved in multi-billion-dollar Reg Ds that were purely institutional. So, whenever I hear these numbers, it's like, that's great. But, when you're used to working in capital markets, they're just not that very big number. That said, I did say we encourage co-listing so that we can tap into what is there. That money is usually far more expensive than doing it on your website. Does not promote your brand, is something Scott said earlier, and I believe less likely to attract any kind of institutional money.
Okay. Scott, do you want to add anything to that? And then I want to shift gears a little bit with something for you.
Yeah, I think the thing is that we've got access to those same kind of numbers through other channels. We have a database of 250,000 accredited investors. We use AI to pick out the 1,000 or so that are the best fit for your investment, send them very targeted emails. We have a list of 65,000 CPAs, 30,000 RIAs, and 10,000 family offices. And that's a multiplier. Those are the people who have access to those investors. So if each one of them has access to, 10, 20, 30, 50 high net worth individuals, that's a huge number. So don't be fooled by the numbers that a platform says they have 500,000 investors on it. We can get it at that same kind of reach. And that's before we even talk about digital advertising, where, what's the reach of Facebook,
right?
LinkedIn.
And I guess on some level, if everybody's special, then nobody's special. So,
Yeah.
Okay. So shifting gears back to something we've talked about, I really like that example, Scott, that you used about your potential investors using like spine as an example. If you have an innovative spine technology, the surgeons that maybe ultimately end up becoming your customers for that technology can now be your investors and your ambassadors, and then come full circle and become your customers. So let's talk a little bit about investor / ambassador / future customer. Is that overhyped or is this real? Let's talk a little bit about that.
I think this is one of the whole reasons that the right companies want to even consider A+ versus doing a Reg D. Does your company benefit from having 6,000 investors versus 6, right? And so I think that's central to it. And the other thing that you're also looking at is, over the course of an A+ raise, if you're doing a $30 million raise or on up to a $75 million raise, you could have anywhere from a $3 million to $6 or $7 million marketing budget that's going to be applied over a 12 to 16, let's call it a 16-month period if you start in the prep phase. And it's all, a big chunk of it is focused on telling that brand story. So what's the impact that has for you, for who your future customers are, those clinicians, those clinics, the hospitals, the people that may be purchasing your medical device? What's the impact for you, for the visibility it creates for you for M&A? We've seen items where companies started their A+ deal and had a merger opportunity within the first couple of months of being out there that was triggered by that visibility. That doesn't happen with a Reg D. So that's a big part of it. While theoretically the the cost of capital may seem higher because of the amount of money you're spending on the investor acquisition program, the ripple effects of that spend are tremendous for your business.
Andrew?
As usual, I have a nuanced view of what Scott said, but also keep in mind he said it in under a minute. So we've never heard of a family office or a venture capital firm putting money into a Reg A plus. And what we have seen, though, and what we have been, and I'll call it a combination of being at the right place at the right time and a little bit of luck, is we've had several family offices. We've had even larger institutions than that come approach an issuer because they saw our advertising and they saw our way of telling the story and said, gee, we want to invest, but guess what? If we're going to write a check for $2.5 million, we're not doing it at the same terms as the Reg A where you've got a $200 minimum. And I think that that's completely fair. And we usually counsel the companies on how to structure that type of deal. And we've seen an awful lot of money come in on that. The other beauty of doing it, because you can just do it as a quick private placement or get 506C Reg D paperwork done, and bam, it doesn't affect the total amount you're raising on the Reg A plus. So that can work out really well. We have a very different view on the whole brand story aspect of it. And I run into this in the ETF and mutual fund and other financial product world as well. Companies will have a brand agency. They'll be referred to us because sales are not there. And I then say, the first thing I say is, if someone is investing money into your product, odds are they have a very good impression of your brand. So we let brand and brand story be highly secondary. We're basically sharks. We eat, we swim, we make little sharks. In this case, the little sharks are the investors, and that's all we do is investor acquisition. So yes, we have people who are former brand strategists. Our writers all have brand in mind, but everything we do is about acquisition. And frankly, we're looking at what do they need to know to make that investment, not they need to know everything and have experienced all of it. So there are some products and services that if you experience them, you're more likely to invest. In Medtech, that may not be possible, although we do have a client where there's a side-by-side Reg D, and the Reg D is only going after the type of clinical people who could become clients as well. And they have very different perks, which are all about getting them on board with the specific product. It's a medical device in this case. So, complete agreement on that side. So on the flip side, we also will bring in a PR firm to make sure that there's some of that air cover credibility that you could say goes directly to brand. And that there are articles being written, that there are bylines, and that there's a social media presence. And we might bring in a second company on the social media in addition to the PR.
Yeah, that visibility and social proof is essential for especially for these early stage companies that are preclinical, pre-revenue, and they've probably spent no more on marketing than their website.
So toss out the nuance here, preclinical, pre-revenue. So Scott and I don't work necessarily for the same types of clients. And so when you hear something from me, if it's contradictory to something that Scott says, everyone should know, I know Scott, I respect Scott. Scott's a really smart guy. We see the world slightly differently, and everyone you see the world slightly differently from, but we're also talking about different types of clients where, one of the first things I do when I get the referral is look at what's their social media presence. And if it's next to none, or, they've got a Twitter but no Facebook, that's going to tell me something about, well, and it goes back to Scott's comment on hey, do you want 35,000 investors? Do you want 10,000 investors? Or do you want 6 investors? And that says so much about, if the CEO doesn't have an instant response to that, that's a walk away for us as well. It's like they've not thought through that they actually want a crowd, or a community or a mob. Anyway, so one should know what they're getting themselves into, and that needs to be something they embrace.
I want to follow up on that. That's great. And I'm glad that you pointed out that the different areas of emphasis have an impact on the situation. So one of the observations I've had over the last 20 plus years watching CEOs out there raising capital and trying to run a company at the same time is they spend a heck of a lot of time doing the first part, which is the raising the capital part. And the company often can suffer. So if I'm a CEO listening to this call and I hear things like 30,000 investors, I can start to get overwhelmed or maybe a little worried about how involved am I going to need to be? Again, these are CEOs that are already their time is limited. What's your experience? I don't. One of you guys jump in with how involved does the CEO need to be at the process, and how might that compare to raising traditional VC? And I know every situation is different, but how involved are they? Should they be worried about having 30,000 investors? Jump in, one of you.
I'll take that. The data has showed that in traditional funding, CEOs typically have to do more than 100 one-on-one meetings for a fundraising round, and that's in counting thousands of emails and thousands of hours, hundreds of hours of due diligence. Basically, they typically have to focus entirely on that for 6 to 12 months. And what's the impact on the company of the CEO being almost entirely tied up with fundraising for 6 to 12 months? I'm not going to kid anybody and say that the CEO is not going to have to put time in on a Reg A plus raise. That would be ridiculous. They are still going to have to talk to some of the larger investors that may come in. They are going to have to commit time. Everything that we send out, everything that Andrew and I send out, we may be able to write everything, edit everything, handle the legal review with the attorneys, et cetera. But everything that goes out from an investor acquisition company, it doesn't go out in our name. It goes out in the company's name, and it has to be signed off by a principal of the company. So there's going to be some involvement. But the key thing is that there's a lot of leverage. They produce one video and it gets posted and promoted over and over and over. We help build out the FAQs so that some of the common questions that come up from investors, from these smaller investors, can just be an FAQ page on their website, an investor FAQ that's available to them, that an admin person can handle as an admin function. If it's on the FAQ, they send them the answers to the FAQ. Everybody doesn't have to talk to the CEO. So there's a lot of things that we can do in the process of a digital raise that greatly reduce the burden on the CEO and other parts of the leadership team. I think the key thing is, while they may be investing a lot less of their time, they've got to have the responsiveness. If you've got a CEO they can't take an attitude of, well, they're handling the raise, I'll get back to them in a couple of days. That will slow everything down. So they need to be committed to the responsiveness. They don't need to be committed to 100% of their time spent on the raise itself.
Andrew, anything you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, our entire process is built around minimizing the interactions of the CEO and the management team. That said, there's still a lot for them to do because, as Scott said, they need to put their stamp on it. Everything has to be client approved and compliance approved, and then technically assessed as well, and then go into our tracking process before it can go live. And if you want to break the process, then we're definitely not the firm to work with. You're basically buying a process when hiring a firm like ours. And I just saw Scott shake his head, in agreement with that. But we have a whole onboarding system that we take most of the day with the CEO and the team, and then we disappear. And we set up a weekly meeting, usually back to back with the PR team, and we listen into theirs. We encourage them to listen into ours. We have a dashboard which is updated daily. I mentioned time zone arbitrage. All that is done offshore in a time zone 6 hours earlier than ours. So it's ready for me at my 8 a.m. and I can view it and ask questions and harass and rattle the cage of my team in advance. So, everything again it's great to do it on that scheduled time. But occasionally they're going to get an email or phone call, or even worse, a text from me. And, they have to do that. And then back to Scott's point, we love webinars because questions come out that we can then address. We just have a different way of doing it. So it is really important as part of the feedback loop is to address questions. But sometimes we want a little bit of question as well to remain so that there is some interaction. It just doesn't necessarily have to be with the CEO.
Great. And speaking of questions, I see we have 6 minutes left here. I have a final question, but Oscar, do we have any questions from the audience queued up that we can do a little quick rally session here?
Yes, Stephen's got a question. So Stephen, all you need to do is unmute yourself and you can ask your question. Okay, he's shy. All right. We got another one out there. Hold on, I'll get him. Francisco, you have a question.
Hi, everybody. This is a question for both, particularly one for Andrew, and the next follow-up question is for both Andrew and both Scotts. Either one can answer. Andrew, when you said impact investing, do you consider impact investing and a medtech merging as one single investing? Let's say, for example, I'm trying to give an example. Let's say a ventilator due to the pandemic. It's a medtech or medical device that it could also be an impact investment. How is your consideration in that as philanthropic or as business-wise? And the next follow-up question, Scott Allen, you mentioned when following up with CEOs for fundraising or I don't know, investor relationships. Who do you consider could be the guy who be the one who answers who takes the shots regarding that, like a CEO or somebody who is like the CEO's personal assistant? What's your thoughts on that, or any suggestions regarding about that?
So the second question first, which is, it could be the CFO, it could be the head of marketing, it could be an investor relations person, because you're going to want one sooner or later, especially if you have 30,000 investors. It can be different people, and it depends upon their question, what the interaction is, and what size investor there is. The whole democratization of all this is great, but it is really hard to answer every question if an individual $100 investor has 25 of them. So you have to decide and prioritize and perhaps send them to FAQs rather than answering personally. Is the ventilator in this case an impact investment? This one touches me personally. As a friend was taken off a ventilator and died because he had a low probability of survival, and they gave it to someone with a high probability of survival. That choice wouldn't have had to be made if there were enough ventilators at that moment in time. It was very early in the pandemic. So do I think that ventilator would then be an impact investment? The answer is, it depends. Is it a new take on it? Is it more efficient? Could it be made faster? Because, we had Project Warp Speed and we needed things done in warp speed. So if it really addressed everything that would make it true impact and impact everyone fast and well, then yes. If it is more of a long-term solution, then maybe. So sorry I couldn't answer that as definitively as you may have wanted.
Good answer. We have another question there from Vipalu. So if you can unmute yourself and ask your question.
Hi, good afternoon, Scott and Andrew and Scott. Thank you for the panel. My question is, we started up as a Medtech company, and we have acquired licensing deals from other companies that are more in a safety syringe versus also in the manufacturing of nitrile gloves right now. So it's a very hybrid model. And in that situation, what would be your advice? Because obviously the traditional investors are going to look at, you're not focused in one area. However, we are able to secure a lot of debt financing and as well as the government financing for doing this, but it's something that we would like to do as a SPAC going forward. What are your thoughts around that, and how would you help us to guide some things that we should be careful of, pitfalls or anything that comes to your mind?
Yeah, a couple of thoughts there. First of all, one of the things that is true in Reg A plus and in equity crowdfunding in general is that equity crowdfunders don't tend to have the very narrow bias selections that venture capitalists do. They invest in more female founders and minority-owned businesses and non-traditional founder teams. And the reason I bring this up is because they're also not going to be necessarily as bothered about the fact that you are having sort of a multi-track approach in your business. And now I'm going to say the other side of that is that a confused mind says no. And so if there is not absolute clarity about why you're doing these multiple tracks and how they complement each other, and why it's not an issue of focus for your company, you got to be, explain it like I'm five. You've got to be able to have a very simple explanation justifying why you're doing that, or it doesn't matter whether it's an accredited investor or a $580 investor. Like I said, a confused mind says no.
Thank you. Stephen Cantor, you're there. You have a question.
I'm here. Okay, so my experience has been on launching biotech companies, and I have several of them with my name on it as like the earliest investor in the deal. And I have an opportunity, and usually we've always raised it with Reg D's 506B. So here's my question. I'm looking at doing a Reg A for another healthcare company, but part of the business model would be a roll-up. Okay, it's actually a healthcare software company in data analytics, and there's several like interface strategic partners. And part of what we're doing, as I said, is a roll-up. I heard somebody earlier talk about something that you could do a Reg A plus, and then utilize something called you could do a series of fundings. Is that how it is? But aren't you still limited to the 75?
I'm gonna make sure I don't want to put these colleagues here in the hook, because none of them are lawyers here. So Stephen, the question you're asking is a legal question.
Oh, okay.
And obviously, this is a public forum, and none of these individuals here are qualified to answer that. If you go to the www.KoreSummit.io, you'll see the contact details there for Stephen Brock, who can put you in contact with the lawyer, because there's a whole restructuring, and this is not the panel, but it's a great question, and they can answer for you specifically to you. Thank you again. So great panel, guys. The discussion always alerts everyone as to the possibilities. We're obviously using the word impact investing in this sector, which is quite interesting because it is something that is being brought into the market. So I'm excited. Thank you, the three of you, Scott, Andrew, Scott. I feel like I'm a blah, blah, blah. I hope to see you all again very soon, and to be able to continue this journey and discussion. And while I'm asking all of you to part away, I'm bringing in our next panel group right now as we speak. They are going to be bringing us through that phase. Remember, I said earlier, everything is about the stages. We talked about earlier this morning how you get it all started. This has been, one of the things, maybe you missed it during the morning session, but I'm going to recap it because I think it's important. You might have not caught to the little nuances that Scott Pantel and Stephen Brock brought up, which is, they put you through a 6-week program. This is very unique to this particular vertical, and it's one that is needed because of these, roll-ups or IP, these patents. Maybe you didn't structure it properly. How does the performance get out? How do you capitalize your company? So that's why it was right there at the beginning, and it's one step. One thing we've learned about process, Andrew Korn talked about it. You see everything he said, it's about a process. You're buying a process. Well, this is a process. So if you're trying to get to here and you haven't done that, well, here's what's going to happen. You get this and they're going to say, oh, guess what? We got to go back to the beginning again to get this done. So make sure you follow that all the way through. So now we're in a very great place now. So you went through the 6-week program with Scott and Stephen to get to where you are, where you're ready to then talk to the lawyers at Reg D Resources and getting engaged with Rialto Markets and KoreConnects and all of us to get you ready. Now you've engaged with your investor acquisition partners to bring you the awareness, and now you're live. So what happens? This has kind of been a mystery out there. So today you get to hear that firsthand. And we have 3 wonderful guest speakers here that are going to walk you through that process. And some of them you already met, some are new, and the same, have fun, enjoy, smile, and I'll be here.
Great. Thanks so much, Oscar. So thank you so much, Oscar. I don't know if Oscar's leaving or if he's going to pop back in, but I'll kick it off. So I'm moderating this panel, and it's really talking about Reg A Plus Live. My name's Shari Noonan. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Rialto Markets. Rialto Markets is a FINRA registered broker-dealer. We also operate an SEC recognized alternative trading system, and we operate across the private markets. So that's across Regulation D, A+, and CF. So why don't I introduce or have the other 2 panelists introduce themselves, and then we'll just jump right in. So Amanda, why don't you go first?
Thank you, Shari. It's great to be here today. And my name is Amanda Grange, and I am transfer agent with KoreConnects. And I'm sure you'll hear a little bit later more about what my role fully entails, but just in brief, it's basically keeping accurate records of cap tables for private companies on KoreConnects' all-in-one platform. And it's just an honor to be here, and especially to share this time with both of you, Shari and Julien. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this today.
Great. Thank you so much. And Julien?
Yeah, thanks, Shari. And hello, everyone. My name is Julien Phipps, Chief Revenue Officer at KoreConnects. And so you may or may not have seen me on the webinars before. And we're just happy to be here and be able to share with you, what that experience looks like when you go live. So I'll turn it back to Shari. Thanks.
Yeah, so I think that's, really important, because a lot of, we talk a lot about how this is a great, alternative way to raise capital, and it's great, but people say, okay, well, what is it? and what does it look like? What does it feel like? So that's really the purpose of this panel. And what we want to do is we really wanted to bring Amanda in from a transfer agent perspective. And I think it's really important for issuers to understand she should come in much before going live. Amanda, why don't you talk a little bit about, as a transfer agent, what are the questions you get? What are things that issuers need to be thinking about and preparing for prior to go live, and really making sure that they're set up with? And again, these are things that the team is going to help you with, but things that they should be considering.
Well, first you should consider whether to use a transfer agent, and then the things that transfer agent can do to help you. I liked what Stephen Brock said right at the beginning. We want to help CEOs stay in control of their company, and that's my job, is literally to just work alongside of companies and help them just stay in control of their cap table. And so a lot of things that companies can do is to just work alongside of us and have their cap table ready, especially their historical cap table. A lot of companies will be more concerned about getting their the raise that they're working on up on the platform. And one thing they'll run into with doing that and not having their historical cap table put on there first is they'll have their investors reaching out to them saying, where are my other investments? Because they'll see the raise that's going live, they'll see that investment and they won't see their other investments. And then you run right into issues as a CEO right off the start with investors just questioning. And whenever you have questions, you just don't look like you're prepared as a company. So just making sure that you're set up with your historical information is so important right off the top.
And I think that's an important point. As a CEO, oftentimes, this is really about, there's so many other things on a CEO's plate, right? And just trying to get product to market, get things over the line, that these corporate items oftentimes aren't front of mind. And so thinking about how, to get set up early, how to get these records organized and over to a registered transfer agent, how to get them into the proper form so that, when you handle the Reg A plus, that everything's already there and already set up for the existing shareholders, and that the new shareholders coming in, should an existing shareholder then make an additional investment, there's not sort of that bifurcation or dislocation in terms of their investments. What are, when an issuer is coming to you and saying, okay, I'm ready to sign up with a transfer agent, what are the, top 5 things or top things that an issuer needs to provide to you? Is it a shoebox of receipts or, of information? What do they need to provide to you?
Well, we're going to need your bylaws for your corporation. We're going to need your articles of incorporation, all of your legal documents that to set up your company. We will upload those to the platform, and you'll need all of that information to set you up. And then, like I said, the historical cap table, we will need that, and we will need to know where that information is coming from. If it's coming from like Republic, or if you're providing it yourself. And if you're providing it yourself, then we'll need it in a certain format in order to get that uploaded smoothly. A lot of times information will come and people don't know how to send that information. And if it's set in the correct format, it's just such a seamless process for a company. And there are a lot of roadblocks to getting that information set up on the platform. So, and a lot of that is just basically just information not in the right format.
If I could add to that as well, it's really crystallizing the fact that, and I think Shari, you nailed it on the onset as well, saying there's so many aspects of not only just getting the Reg A or Reg CF up and running, but CEO has so many different and management team for that matter has so many different things that they're doing. This is really crystallizing the historical records, providing these medtech companies and healthcare companies a location where they can organize information, but also have a location where their historical shareholders or investors can go and log into a platform. And that's the solution that we're really providing here. It's checking a box a lot of times on the regulations as well, but also having that destination that they can say, here's the platform, your investors can be welcomed in, and you can manage your communications with them almost as though you're operating an investor relations platform with them, So, yeah.
And that's what I wanted to get to. So, I'm trying to visualize as an issuer CEO, you know, I give you all of this information. What do my investors see? What's the interaction like? Is it you know, information about my company? Is it information about my holdings? Is it communications? Is it all of that? You know, I know a lot of times we talk about sort of the all-in-one solution. What does that actually mean, and what does that integration mean? Because, you know, this industry is fairly young, and a lot of times I think, you know, it's lost sometimes when we talk about integration, what integration really means from a end user perspective. Amanda or Julien, I don't know.
Sure, I'll jump in on that one.
Yeah,
no worries. Yeah, so what we're talking about as well with the Reg A, you know, all-in-one, you know, platform is really a number of things. First off, it's really a private label solution that will enable you and your investors to have a login. As we mentioned before, the company can view their historical cap table. They can manage their shareholders. You're able to communicate directly, you know, one-on-one with the shareholders, or you're even able to send out mass information and updates to them via our you know, dissemination platform. So any important financial information or regulatory you know, forms that need to go out to them, sometimes you're able to upload those into the platform and disseminate those to everybody. So that's some of the functionality that it does. We mentioned cap table, we mentioned the shareholder management, boardroom and document management. That's another feature that we have built into the platform, and that's really where you know, Amanda mentioned some of the records that we'll need to upload and get your company profile set up. There's also an area for document management. So you'll have an area to almost like a secure cloud storage, have all of the important internal documents or internal facing documents to share with perhaps your securities lawyer, your broker dealer. You can invite actually these parties to the platform and authorize them to view this corporate data room. So those are some of the functionalities. Amanda, if you want to add a few bits to that.
Yeah, like your investor is not going to see everything that the CEO is going to see on the platform. That's a beautiful thing about the platform. The investor will come on and see their personal investments, whereas a CEO has a world of information at his fingertips. And Julien mentioned the shareholder management. They can set up meetings, reach out to their investors, all right from the platform, even as far as setting up an annual general business meeting can be done right from the platform through the shareholder management. And I just think that's a great feature for a CEO to be able to do that right from the platform, because they can see their investors and they have access to the investors all in one spot. So there's so many features for us that a CEO can see and utilize as much or as little as they want, as Julien was speaking. So they have the access to the cap table, where your investor is not going to see the full cap table like the CEO is going to see. And like you said, your auditors, it can be as big or as little as you want. You can invite people to just have access, like your accountant and your auditor, so that it makes my job a little bit easier, as I'm not downloading cap tables and sending information. It's literally live. It's like, and it's real time. So when an investment gets uploaded and information is uploaded to the platform, the CEO can see it in real time. Your auditor can see it in real time. Your accountant can see it real time. And that's a great feature.
Great. And when you talk about white label, the fact that it's white labeled, so, you know, basically investors are going to the company's website and sort of almost like having an investor relations tab, or having an investor relations tab, would click on that investor relations tab and be taken to, you know, a company branded site. So it looks like the company's built this out.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
built up the company. However, it is, you know, really leveraging the KoreConnect's technical backbone.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll get it shown here real soon as well. And actually that we've been talking so much about, I figure, why not show it? It's always easier to to see this in action. And so here is Rise. Hello, Rise. This is one of our clients. They're a fully
Can I just
qualified
stop?
Reg A. Yep,
I'm
sure.
so sorry. Can I just stop you, Julien? So
Sure.
if I can just reframe, if I can just frame this. So this is starting from the very beginning. So a company has, decided to start to do a Reg A. This is starting from the very beginning of the process. Okay, back over to you.
Correct. Yeah, makes sense. Thanks for that. So this is a page, an Invest Now page that's accessible from the actual issuer's website. So they would click on that invest and find out more about the investment page. And here is the process that an investor would take. They have the invest page here. They can read through all the details. And now when they're ready to invest day or night, they're able to punch in a little bit of their information and look at even the type of investment perks and so on that they could invest at the different levels, and finally click on the next step once they've inputted how much they want to invest. Here they're selecting if they're an individual, if they're investing as jointly with a tenant, if they're investing as a company or even a trust. And so that will open up fields where we enter in some of the details of that information. And along this process, a lot of what's being done is this is the information that Shari and her team at Rialto will be utilizing to perform the know your client and compliance checks, the ID, AML verification, and all of that. So as we get through these different fields, one of the important features we have here is the date of birth, the age gate. This is where you must be 18 years of age or older. And if you tried to enter it before, then it would show you that unfortunately you have to be 18 years of age. And from there you enter in your social security number, where you heard about the actual investment opportunity. And that is another customizable list. And down here is, of course, the ID check. So this is the government issued ID, either driver's license or passport, which we would have the input there in the field. Again, the expiry date of that document and the issuing state. And that's what they would use to also corroborate, that you're who you say you are as an investor. So then comes the important part, the suitability. So is this investor accredited? So do they have a net worth over 200,000 a year or assets over $1 million? And there's definitions there to help them out in terms of how they qualify, or if not, they're investing as a non-accredited investor. So what is their annual income as well as their net worth? So based on those two numbers, they're able to then determine by the 10% rule of whichever is the highest, how much they can invest. And the beauty about this is it'll tell you right on screen what you can do, and you don't have to start all over. There's a field where you can input that right at the top of the form. Yeah, right there. So that can be adjusted on the fly. And so as you scroll down this page, you're almost done. You're selecting now the fun part, the payment. How are you going to pay for this investment? ACH, wire transfer, you have credit card option, even crypto to US dollars, and even mail-in check if you want. The other option is you could have a tap and go IRA, so an individual retirement account that's set up on the fly. And if you know anything about IRAs, sometimes they are a pain to set up. This process makes it very seamless. Now is the signing of the electronic documents. So you may have a subscriber agreement for your company, your medtech or healthcare company. You'll have all of the details of your offering. Once an investor reviews that and scrolls all the way through, they sign their name electronically, and voila, they click on make investment. And now they are being processed. And there's two things that happen at this stage. One is the broker dealer will actually perform those compliance reviews on the investor themselves, make sure they're suitable, they're not on any sanctions list. And the second part is where the investor is welcomed in to the platform. They receive an email to log in for the very first time, and they've got this private labeled experience here that matches their brand, their image, and it's a login button actually that we can place physically on the website of your company. So that makes it all stay in one location, very seamless. Here is the personal dashboard. So again, private labeled at the top left-hand corner. Then we have the holdings, the sectors that this investor may have invested in, the regulations, the mix of what they've done, then the pending investments. For their most recent investment, they're going to see if it's pending compliance review, they're going to get status updates if they're waiting to receive the funds. and also other aspects. So then portfolio, once that is cleared, they're able to have a fully invested investment, and they'll find it in their portfolio. So under the company banner, they'll click into this tile and be able to be welcomed into where they can see their active holdings. So they'll have active and historical holdings. And if you drill down deeper a level here, you can see exactly from which IP address they made that investment. You can see the details about all those investment dates, if they've passed the KYC and AML reports. And finally, the two things that they seem to look for the most is the subscription agreement and the digital e-certificate. They really want to get that, get a hold of those documents so that they can review them, make sure everything is kosher, and have those checked off in terms of a solidified investment. So that is the process. And one of the distinguishing features for the KoreConnex platform too is you have unlimited shareholders, unlimited transfers. And this is really nice because you're not getting dinged as a company for every additional shareholder you're adding to the platform and so on. And so at this point, turning it over a little bit to Shari here and see if we can get a few more details about this platform.
No, absolutely. So now an investor has come onto the platform, has gone through the process for investing. They're a shareholder. What can they do? So it looks like you've got some reports, you've got some news releases, meetings, messaging. Amanda, do you want to maybe take us through that? Do you want to? I think Oscar, we're gonna be coming to the trade button at the very end, prior to handing it over to Lee and Kiran. But
Sure.
Are there other items that we want to maybe go through for just even speak to?
The first thing I would speak to, Shari, is that the number one question you get is how to do a transfer, and you can see they can do that right as soon as they see their investment. If somebody wants to transfer their investments, it's a very seamless, easy process. As soon as you click on the transfer button, it'll walk you similar screens as Julien went through with all the information of who you want to transfer that to. And it's a very quick, easy process. So that's one of the number one things I'll get asked. Another thing is, like you said, the reports. If a company sends out a report, sends out any media releases, each investor will get a notification that there's new information for them to view. They would get it through an email, but they can also see it as soon as they log into the platform through their portfolio. It'll send a notice to them that there's a report that went out from the company, or a media release that's gone out through the company. And then if there's any meetings that are set up that they want to be invited to, like I said, the annual general meeting, they can get a notice to be invited to attend the annual general meeting, when the date is, and when they can vote. And one of the great features on this platform is that you can vote, e-vote, right on the platform. You don't have to physically go in and to a meeting, to a physical building anymore. And you can vote and send your vote in right from the platform. You can put a link. They can join the meeting via Zoom or whichever platform you want to host your meeting on, and they can attach the link to that, and the individual investor can find that from their platform as well. So there's so many features, and those are just a few that I'm touching on that an investor has access to at their fingertips on our platform.
Great. Okay, Oscar, you want to hit over, or Julien, you want to run over to the trade button? So one of the most exciting, I think, features is the ability to trade directly from the platform. So prior to entering the first trade, ability to trade, you need to fill out a few more pieces of information, and these are just other pieces of information that are required from Rialto Markets perspective. So we have additional suitability questions that are required. Then the investor needs to sign the Rialto ATS subscriber agreement and e-sign that. Once that is signed, then it is closed and you are taken into the Rialto Markets ATS. You can log in to that system. This brings you up to your profile. You can see your portfolio along the left-hand side and different cards of the different holdings. If you click onto City Zenith, the City Zenith card, you can see information and overview about City Zenith, the actual company, including a video, information about the management team, and links to their LinkedIn profiles. Most people use LinkedIn, and regulatory filings associated with the security. If you click on price information, you can see a graph, that displays the price information as well as the 52-week range of the security, a liquidity score. The liquidity score really looks at how many investors have invested in the security, how many times it's been traded over the last 12 months. So a variety of different indicators to come up with that score. It's from 1 to 10, and then a history of market buys in the security, and then again, videos from the company. Lastly is the research tab. Now, right now we're working with one research company. There are a couple of others that we're speaking to, but we're working with one. To date, we have technical documents posted on the ATS, but we plan on updating this with actual research reports. So we're working with a research firm to get some research reports on the company where investors can actually go in and get a more in-depth view of the company. So that's where you can see that. That's pretty much where you see the portfolio, the fund accounts. If you want to, if you want to go over, Oscar, you can click on the fiat transaction history. Yep. That shows how you can deposit, shows your history of deposits, fiat transactions. Right now, we only take fiat. We don't take any sort of cryptocurrency, but we are linked up to the banking rails, and we have sort of a bring your own bank type of construct. And we have, if you want to click on, I would say if you want to, go back to click on the portfolio, click on City Zenith again, and click on, if you want to put in an order, click on the ticket. You can see the quantity, the bid price, and you have the dashboard that then you see you purchased 1,500 shares of City Zenith. So that's how the order ticket works and how inputs of orders and transactions work. So that's pretty much the alternative trading system. Combined with KoreConnex, we're fully integrated, and you can access it directly from KoreConnex's solution. So it is 4 o'clock. I think we've gone through the full demo. I'm trying to think, we've done the demo of the Invest Now button. We've done the demo of the secondary trading. Amanda, I wanted to see, we've gone through the transfer agent functions. I think we've completed everything. I see that Lee.
Oh, no, you guys just scratched the surface,
I know
it's sort of like when you're live, I mean, it's one of the, so that's why I step in, right? It's the other items to consider for the audience in particular. You just heard an entire panel talking about investor acquisition. So how does that all fit in with what's here? We just provided an input where the company has a way of seeing what's going on, meaning seeing its cap table. We see how the investors coming in, but there's this whole background and behind the scenes process that you also need to know that throughout all of that, there's a bunch of data gathering on your behalf as a company to make sure that you are putting your right foot forward, meaning the strategy that you're doing with investor acquisition. So they're gathering data on the people that are coming to your website, how many hits, how many people actually click on the invest button. The people that fill it out and abandon that, there are different steps for a reason. So you can retarget them throughout the process and until they reach to the point where they actually click submit. So there is a lot of parties working together, some of them behind the scenes. Obviously, what people see is just a company and invest button. They go, wow, look at this machine, go, go, go. It's simple. But there's all these people working in the background. And of course, Shari, your team is reviewing constantly everything that's going out by marketing as well, right?
Absolutely. And we really, view it as an extension of the team. So from a regulatory perspective, we're reviewing everything to make sure it meets the securities regulations. But we also handle all of those abandoned carts and all of that customer outreach. So should an investor have a question, and many investors do, when you're dealing with retail investors, you often have customers calling in with questions, wanting to understand how to access their shares, wanting to understand this is a new process. So there often are a lot of questions, and there often is a lot of handholding around how to invest, how to view those shares, who to contact. And by having a broker dealer involved, it really provides them with the ability. It's sort of when you go someplace and there's a phone number, it
yes.
sort of gives you that comfort when you go to a site and you buy something and there's no phone number and there's no way to get a hold of the company. You just sort of have that panic feeling. It gives people comfort that there's a way to get a hold of someone and make sure that everything's working according to plan, or according to how they anticipated it to work.
Agreed. It is rather amazing. I have to remind myself daily that, because we've all been doing this for such a long time, we go from A to Z, but we keep forgetting there's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, the whole alphabet in between. And we go, look, they just click the invest button. It goes here and it goes there. That looks great. But there's a lot of people working behind the scenes. You just explained one part of your role, which is, the investor acquisition team actively looking for investors to bring them to their site. But once that investor lands there, you just said it, there's another role where there may be some answers, but the real regulatory role with the investor is when you need to perform that regulatory compliance. Can you just touch on that? Because I think a lot of people think they know what KYC is, but it isn't just that.
So in terms of what we're looking at for Know Your Customer and anti-money laundering,
suitability as well, right?
Suitability. So exactly. So the questionnaire that Julien went through really touches on a number of things. The first is suitability. So, is this a suitable investment? And this isn't saying, do I think you should have red shoes or blue shoes? But this is, are you investing your entire life savings into this particular company? That's not something that is probably prudent. So the questions are really designed to say, is this under a threshold of your net worth, and is this under a threshold of your annual income? So those are really around where the suitability questions come in. The second is and that's around some of the Know Your Customer, making sure we know and understand who we're bringing onto this. Second is the age requirements. Clearly, you don't want a 14-year-old on your cap table. You don't want a 12-year-old. I'm sure anyone who's been around, there was a funny episode of Silicon Valley, the show about how they had all of these minors on their software and they didn't even know, and that's just a horrible situation to be in. So you never want to be in a situation where you're inadvertently doing something that you don't want to have happen. So we want to make sure that is dealt with, and that we don't have people coming on to the platform that shouldn't be coming on. Then we get to some of the more, some of the anti-money laundering and processes. And this is simply information that's required that is put through systems. There are really just a few of these systems that go through sanctions list, making sure that we're not, dealing with countries that are sanctioned, go through politically exposed persons lists, go through, any adverse media lists, any sort of lists where later, it could come back and you could say, okay, maybe that wasn't a good idea from in hindsight. So, really protecting you from an issuer perspective, running through those checks. So that's the anti-money laundering aspect of it. And again, it really focuses on sanctions, politically exposed persons, and those are the checks there. So that's pretty much it. But we do make sure that the questions are asked, and that we're not trying to we are trying to fit within, grow this in a responsible way, grow this industry in a responsible way. We think that there is a really good place for retail investment in directly in issuer companies. And we also think that it's a really good time for, as Oscar often says, ambassadors to come onto the cap table. It's a really nice flywheel effect. So that's really what we're looking to build, and the infrastructure that we're providing the support for.
No, that's good. It is important. Sometimes we need to remind people. And another point that I think is just as important is, just because the investor made the investment today, Wednesday, September 22nd at 4:09 p.m., that individual doesn't land on the cap table just yet. And you just heard all the work that Shari and her team need to do to make sure that when that person does land there, it is the right person, has qualified. So there are no issues going to happen down the road. That's the last thing we want. As you heard Amanda say, is we're there to support the CEOs from the core transfer team. We're here to support them. We're here to support their initiatives, their journey. But we need to make sure that the information that's being provided is accurate, and more importantly, there are no minors. And that, that was the past. This is going forward. Technology can definitely assist us all to get it better and more efficiently. And but it hopefully today, this eye-opener experience to see what a live offering looks like, it sits right on your website. That it is a powerful statement, control element for you as a company. When you're going to spend $10, $20, $30, $50,000 a month in marketing your brand, you're bringing that brand awareness directly to something you own and control. So therefore, it's like you get 2 for 1. I always say this once in a while. It's kind of a funny joke, is where not only do you get a brand ambassador for your company, and we'll talk a little about that, but you also get an investor. You get 2. So you get the brand awareness we all want, so people buy our products or get recognized, but you also get someone who says, you know what, I really like this product. I want to own some shares in it. And that person who just paid is also your brand ambassador, who you don't have to pay. And this is something that, I'm going back now 7 years now. I wrote the book, Equity Crowdfunding 101, and there was a chapter in it that I wrote. I got a lot of criticism in the early days of it, and that was, instead of looking at shareholders as shareholders, why don't we look at them the same way we look at customers, right? Shari and Amanda and Julien said, you're going to bring in thousands of people that are going to invest small amounts of capital, 100, 1,000, 2,000, 5, whatever the amount of dollar they're coming in. And now, if you go back to the methodology of how we treat shareholders, we're going to lose. But if you rethink that model and you treat them like you treat your customers, and how do you do that? Well, you empower them, you make them ambassadors of your brand. You buy, swag, pins, cups, T-shirts, and all these different things. I have never seen as many giveaways in capital raising as I have in Regulation A. People are giving away knapsacks, pins, pens, 3 months, 6 months use of a vehicle. Yes, that's one of your clients, right? Sure. 3 or 6 months, depending on your size of investment. I mean, this is, so even in the Medtech space, even if you have impact products, imagine if you could get this product and it gets FDA approved. These are the very people that are willing to be here ahead of the game. You can say, you know what, if someone in your family needs this or you need this, you'll be the first to get it. I mean, that is powerful, right? That is really, really powerful. So thank you, all three of you, for walking through that journey as always. And this leads us to the second, and so sorry, not the second, but the very last part of the journey of any investment for an investor or for any company. The earlier panel that Shari and I were on, the lawyer, Nick, really summarized it really quickly at the end for us. Companies need to understand their exit strategy right at the get-go so they can articulate that message to the investors so they know what expectations they have. And so the early days, only a few years ago, the only choices we as private companies could offer investors were, number one, I'm going to get acquired. So any investor would go through, scratch their head, you go, yeah, that's a. Number two, I'm going to go public. So, I'm a Canadian. You raise $1 million, the next thing they want to do, oh, you're good. We're going to put you public on a CPC and do a flip. And, 3 years later, nobody ever heard of you again. And they'll do it over and over again. This is different. This is now the third choice that you can offer your investors is a way for them to monetize their investment without the company going public and without actually hurting the company. And that's where Rialto comes in once again. And we have a panel of two individuals that are going to have a great discussion. Look at that. One of them already popped in. We're going to deal with him because, he has a habit of popping in just like that, but that's okay. It is. So Shari, Amanda, I know Amanda, today was your first time. I hope you had fun. We'll be glad to have you again. And Julien, you've done this before, so good on you. And Shari, well, she's an expert. So, she's an expert. All right.
Thanks.
Thank you so much to the three of you for this afternoon, and I'm sure the audience is grateful for your time. I look forward to seeing all of you again. And now we're going to get ready for our last panel for this afternoon, which is like I said, it's very dear to me. It's dear to me because it requires us to really think about that question that Nick put to all of you. So for all of you that are still here since the beginning, he said, and I quote, you must really articulate your exit strategy and you must think about it. And going public or being acquired is not the only choice you have now. It's not the only choice you have. So now you have you have an additional choice. And that additional choice is amazing. We didn't have it before. Imagine as private companies, if you wanted to sell your securities, your shares to someone, you needed to do it differently. You needed to find a buyer on your own, or you needed to ask permission from the company. You needed all these different reasons how you could sell your shares in a private company, or you were under some heavy agreement prohibiting you from doing that. Well, guess what? In Regulation A+ is a free trading security. As Lee and Kiran are going to talk about how that happens, and to make sure that you have a good understanding of the secondary market. The secondary market didn't exist. I'll give a little bit of history on it while my two colleagues get themselves set up. But one of the things that's really exciting about the private markets is that we didn't have any of these things, or if they did exist, they were only available for a very small percentage of the market. The ultra high net worth, and you guys read about it, when you keep hearing, hey, wait a minute, who is trading those Facebook shares and all that? That was a very small audience and a very controlled secondary ATS. It was the who's who could play in there, or institutional investors. And the ATSs were really created for dark pool trading for brokers to do it, but now it's been brought out to everyone. And Rialto is the very first secondary market ATS trading platform that is available for the general public. That's right, the general public, anybody over the age of 18, to be able to come in and buy shares in privately held companies. So that is a game changer in the market. It's been unbelievable how it has been received in the market. We are in the early stages of it. Holy mackerel, Kiran, you look like some UFO creature, but that's okay. Your background showed it. It's amazing what this evolution has done for all of us. We're in early days, a lot of questions being asked, about liquidity and pricing. That's not yet, it's not here for that. What is here is that today you can say to a privately held investor, if you need to monetize your investment, my company allows you the ability to monetize that investment in a regulated ATS Rialto market. There it is. Whether they do it or not is another question all itself. The point is you're offering it to them. And it's going to happen. Make no mistake. For all of you that are listening today, make no mistake. This will be like a feature in a car. And I've been saying this a lot because the thing about cars is they got lots and lots of features. But if you really think about it, all you really needed is a gas pedal, brakes, lights, switch, and that's it. Everything else is just joyfully extra, right? Do you really need a heat warmer for your handlebars? But if it doesn't have it and the other one does, well, for the same price, that's the point. And secondary market will be something a lot of companies will be bringing out there. So it's important for everyone to understand what it is, how it works. And guess what? I brought you the brainiacs. I put it all together. That's right. And I'm going to leave them alone because the last time I got in a cage with them, I didn't do well. So of course. I mean, look, and I think they're both going to appreciate this even more because we're talking about a vertical, life sciences, that where investors are being asked to stay for 10, 15 years, and some can, some won't be able to, and none of the founders are going to be upset. I mean, I've heard presentations where Stephen has brought this to their attention and CEOs are like, oh, that would be great. I don't want to cash out, but I know they've been with me for 10 plus years. I would like for them to get a little bit of their investment. See, every CEO thinks about their shareholders. Why wouldn't you? Any CEO that fears secondary market, then you're going to have to deal with you're going to have to deal with it sooner or later. So with that in mind, with that little prelude that I brought in, I'd like to introduce you to two amazing guests that I speak to frequently about secondary market, one on the technical side and one more on the whole the concept of how it all works. So first of all, we have Kiran Garimella, Dr. Kiran Garimella, my apologies, I must say. So this afternoon, and of course from KoreConnex and Mr. Lee Saba from Rialto Market. So gentlemen, I only introduced you by name. Please let everyone know your name. So keep in mind the audience, this is the new vertical regime we're going into. Shari already provided everyone a little quick demo, how to trade, but how does it all happen, and answer all those questions regarding volatility and price, and how does it mechanism? I'll leave it to both of you. Have fun.
All right, Oscar.
Thank you.
Yes. Absolutely, Oscar. Thank you so much. And I can't tell you how excited I am, just to be on this panel. And you'll see this weird, slightly different background. And I said, as a techie, I have to kind of show off and say, hey, I feel like, this is where in the last mile of this entire journey of end-to-end, in the private capital markets. And this is like going into space, right? It's like, I wanted to say, this is the final takeoff. And, we have really launched a fantastic partnership and a platform to help us get to the secondary market. So, Lee, how do you feel about all this stuff? I mean, I know we've been talking about this and dreaming about it, and we've worked very closely as a team in building a very, very fluid platform. So.
Yeah, thanks, Kiran. And, by the way, my name is Lee Saba. I am head of market structure for Rialto Markets. And as Oscar was saying, we're trying to stitch this all together and, design the compliant way to handle secondary trading. I think today is just, we're at a milestone, right? As some of the earlier panelists had mentioned, we couldn't really do this before, within the private market space. And now we actually have a regulated, fully compliant platform, not only across, a broker dealer, an alternative trading system, but also, a great partner in KoreConnex, where, they're an innovative, forward-thinking transfer agent that actually has built something, with us to allow for secondary trading. And, Kiran, I know we're going to walk through some of the process there, and, what the handshakes are at probably maybe a mid-level, high to mid-level, just to get everybody a little bit closer to what would happen when you enter into the ATS.
Oh no, certainly. And what's amazing about this whole innovation, and me with my in the role of a chief scientist for KoreConnex, it strikes me that when we all went into the private capital markets and said, that is an underserved market for, everybody. And it's something that we really need to look at. It's amazing that, as an industry, generally speaking, we have allowed investors to come in, unlike in the public markets where they get in the tail end of an IPO process. Here, they come in right in the front end, but then we lost something on the tail end, which is a secondary market. And that has been a known issue right from the beginning, and we have talked about it. So there's a lot of innovation that kind of went into this whole idea of how to do this in a secure, safe, and very compliant way. And along the way, there have been many challenges. And of course, as we looked into this entire space, we were amazed at what it takes to create this really seamless way for, and you've seen the demo, right? I mean, people have seen this demo that Shari and Julien and Amanda have done on the trade button, and how people can come in and complete the entire life cycle so seamlessly, with no problems at all. But there are a lot of protections that we kind of went into that, right? And I think, Lee, one thing that you mentioned is really on the whole liquidity and the fluidity. And, if you can kind of share some of your thoughts on that, that'd be fantastic.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, a lot of times we use the term fluidity, and it's kind of a newer term, and it goes hand in hand with liquidity in some realms, because, what we've done is designed a seamless, compliant path into the ability to trade or transact. So you can buy your shares or sell shares, within this process without having to go the old way, which was, maybe calling the original issuer, maybe talking to the transfer agent, maybe contacting your lawyer, their lawyer contacting your lawyer, and then eventually over weeks, months, years, finalizing a trade. Now we can do this in seconds once everything is all set up and ready to rock. So, Kiran and I have spent a long time in numerous calls stitching out this new fabric to facilitate this trading, and we couldn't be more proud of it. But it would look and feel like a traditional account, whether you had it at, Vanguard or Fidelity, it's very similar in nature, but under the hood, it's much different because it has a completely different market structure and different dependencies. And I don't know, Kiran, if you wanted to walk through a little bit about, the steps in the process as to how the trade would originate.
Absolutely. And I think when we were designing this, there were a couple of principles in mind, in the forefront of our mind, really. And that is, we need to make sure that the investors are totally protected. And I know, you have some thoughts around what finality really means in a space like this. And, I'm sure we'll share that in a minute. But, protecting investors was absolutely critical. And then being compliant. I mean, we have seen so many scams in this entire area. And, we have, looked at, a lot of these, I wouldn't say platforms necessarily, but, there have been a lot of fly-by-night kind of operators who came and went, obviously. And just being compliant and making sure that, both the investors and the broker dealers and, the trading platforms and the clients, the companies, all of them are, completely compliant and, nothing is bad is going on. So the entire process really, really starts with, people who have invested, are shareholders of companies that are on the platform. And now they say, well, wait a minute, these are free trading shares. And, maybe I would like to sell some of my holdings. And typically that's what it is. And I tell you, most of the people that, we know that we talk to, and investors, shareholders, and, they are in it they love the companies and they want to be in it. And especially Medtech, I have a soft spot for Medtech myself. And my mom's a doctor and, we have a medical, background. And all of these people, they really care. They want to be in touch with their CEOs and companies. But at the same time, they also want to look out and say, hey, wait a minute, that offering is closed in that other medtech company or a health tech company. And I would love to have participated in that one. So it's not a matter of, I necessarily want to sell everything. It's a matter of, hey, can I also buy something else also that I've missed earlier on, right? So
yeah, it's not always a sell conversation. Sometimes it's a buy more conversation. A lot of times it is, and a lot of times it's allowing access to folks outside the original primary raise. So there are folks that are again all compliant, AML, KYC. They've been authorized as good citizens to participate in this. And again, it kind of goes to some of the interactions that we've designed to efficiently update the cap table when somebody wasn't part of the primary investment group.
Absolutely. And as people might have heard on some of the previous sessions, once a person is on the cap table, they are known people. I mean, we know who they are. The KYC, ID, AML verifications have been done. Everything has been collected. It's all very clear who they are. But now let's say somebody decides and says, hey, I want to sell some of my holdings, which is a fantastic, vibrant thing to do. Obviously you've seen on the demo how they can come to the trade button, and it's seamless. Once it's all set up, it very seamlessly takes them into the trading platforms themselves, the Rialto's platform, right? And I know a lot of magic happens on that note, which for people who are not familiar with the extent of the number of checks and balances and due diligence and compliance checks that are done both on the KoreConnex platform and seamlessly also on the Rialto platform, I think it's an eye-opener. I remember, we were sitting down and we were having a conversation on all the different things that we need to check for to make sure this is all compliant and safe for everybody. There were like 25 checks that we have to go through and kind of really make sure that everything is hunky-dory. So would love to if you can share on from your side the whole question of the matching, the liquidity and the finality. I think that would be an eye-opener for people to hear.
Sure. Yeah. Maybe it's helpful to just kind of walk through the first the process, and then maybe some of those questions will be answered throughout. So first of all, at a 20,000 foot view, say a medical technology company decides to list or allow themselves for secondary trading on the Rialto ATS. Obviously, we have to have all your folks on the original cap table captured. They're already within the KCX platform. And we would work collectively to set up the security for secondary trading. We would request a QSIP, a CDOL, something like that. And a QSIP and CDOL, for those who aren't super familiar with, are what they call security identifiers, so that we can trade efficiently in the marketplace, so that you can look these things up, on a Bloomberg terminal or, on Yahoo. Once they get out there, we would set a launch date with working with the issuer, ourselves and KoreConnex, and probably notify the existing shareholders that trading is now available, right? So they would have to come in, and register themselves a little bit with the ATS. And again, this kind of goes into the finality conversation, because we have to get them onto the ATS platform, as well as work out some payment rails. So we're really working on both ends of the spectrum. One is when we get you onto the ATS, we know who you are, we're doing AML, KYC, we've already, understood those processes, but we check to make sure that, Kiran has 500 shares of XYZ company. The buyer, we do on the reverse and say, we have to make sure that so-and-so has enough money on hand to perform the order that they're trying to do. So that helps us, again, ensure finality, because if there is a match, we know that Kiran has the shares and the purchaser has the money. And that allows us to really avoid a lot of trade breaks and just, again, protect both sides, because if you had to wait for the settlement to occur and then you find out that, oh, you're excited that you got the shares, and then we have to say, sorry, so-and-so didn't have the money. That's not, that doesn't create any confidence. It's not good on the reporting cycle. It's, you want to just be rock solid anytime you come into the platform and know that both orders are very sound.
Absolutely. And one example of the amount of due diligence that the platforms seamlessly perform is, whenever a shareholder wants to sell, there could be a very interesting case on the background, on the back end, where they have placed a transfer request. So they're maybe transferring part of their holdings to, some beneficial owner on their side, a family member or somebody else. And of course, all parties, Rialto on the trading side, trading mechanism engine, and us as a transfer agent, we all need to make sure that those things have been accounted for, and they can package everything that they're trying to transfer at the same time trying to sell it too. So there is quite a bit of a due diligence that happens. One other thing that also we, as designers and implementers of something like this, have placed at the forefront of our mind is how to make sure that we have total trust. Everyone has total trust in this entire process. So it isn't just a matter of us and Rialto and just a few selected people knowing about it and doing this thing. It is also being immutably stored on a permission blockchain at the end, right? And I don't mean to go any of the details here. That's not the time for that. But right from the get-go, every transaction, every click, every communication back and forth are all recorded very seamlessly on the core chain, which is our permissioned blockchain itself.
Yeah, no, those are all super important aspects. I like, would you say the infrastructure of trust?
Trust,
right? I love that term. And that's exactly what it is. And again, just being innovative, looking at digital ledger technology or blockchain-based technologies in a permissioned world. Again, these are not permissionless. And I'm not going to get into the crypto geek side of things. But it's a good tool, and obviously we can leverage it as well as an API layer to increase communication in between ourselves. So yeah, it's all really good, and and I wanted to just emphasize that point about this new market structure. When a trade is put on by somebody who's trying to sell, making sure that those shares are unencumbered is a huge factor, and that's the responsibility of the transfer agent, because they're working for the issuer and they have to maintain all of those rules and regulations and keep them updated. So when we go to ping as Rialto in the ATS, it tells us, gives us a green light or a red light, to move forward with this transaction. And like you said, there might be 25 checks that before that green light goes off. But they're all very necessary. And, again, it helps with finality and making sure that every step of the process is sound.
Oh, absolutely. And, it's, there are many things that happen on the back end of the transfer agent side. And also, the transfer agent is really out there to make sure that the company is compliant, but also the investors are protected, the shareholders are protected, right? So it isn't only on the outgoing side, when somebody is trying to sell something through, they already own shares and they're selling. But even on the buy side, there is a question of, how do buyers on the other side of the fence, when the matching engine performs its magic, and how do they on the buy side come and get taken into the platform and become legitimate shareholders once the transaction is finalized, right? Could you maybe throw a little bit of color or commentary on what specifically happens to investors who say, I have no shares at all in a company that's on the KoreConnex platform as part of your clients, but I do want to buy on the secondary side. I want to come in fresh on the secondary. So how does can you put some color on that particular process?
Yeah, of course. No, it's a great question. So what we would do on the Rialto side is, we call them maybe, off the street, or, folks that get processed outside of say the KoreConnex platform. We would bring them in. We have an onboarding platform ourselves. Again, we run them through AML, KYC, as a registered broker dealer, SEC and FINRA approved. So once they pass muster, they would come on, they would have a Rialto ATS login. They would obviously have some payment rails already baked into the process, which they would have gone through when they signed up. Once they're clear, they would start, participating on the ATS. Now, if it was one of the KoreConnex issuers, they wanted to buy something there, we would allow that to occur, right? Because we'd make sure that they had enough money to go forward. And then the process that you and I painstakingly, pulled apart was to, how we would notify you of this new person with all the pertinent details, and create a new, IDs for them and store them at the transfer agent for, to move shares from A to B. So, from the seller to the new buyer that you'd never recognized before. But because of our broker dealer status, we have some collaboration there where they've passed a high bar of AML KYC.
I have emerged.
Have you really? You couldn't keep away, could you? It's so exciting.
It is, but I also, because there were some earlier questions from people, and obviously, hopefully, these questions can be answered by you lead. So some of the questions that have come up are, it's great to have secondary market. So what's going to happen when, my stock is obviously going to be thinly traded, and someone, the price is going down, or someone's trying to dump it and cut it dramatically to what my value is, or I'm going to be doing a capital raise. How is this going to be? What is the role of the ATS with the issuer in that process?
Sure. Yeah, no, that's a great question too. And we fully understand, all the complexities and questions around that. There's a few different things like liquidity profiles, right? Like every issuer has a slightly different liquidity profile, is what I call it, right? If you have 100 shareholders, your liquidity profile is probably going to be a little bit less than somebody that has 1,000 shareholders, or 100,000 or 200,000 shareholders. So when you enter into these into the ATS and you want to create fluidity, you might want to create options when you trade. We can have what they call a continuous cross, by the issuer. What that means is during normal business hours, let's call it 9:30 to 4, traditional market hours. The market can always be live, and you can constantly interact with any other open order on the contra side. Now, that works much better when you have a lot more shareholders. Now, and that's great. It could still work for things that don't have a lot of shareholders, but it's probably a little bit more suited in that fashion. But you can also have what they call point in time crosses or scheduled crosses. So, where you can aggregate liquidity at a point in time. So maybe it's, every once a month, once a day, where you say, hey, listen, to our shareholders, we are going to aggregate liquidity from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. is when the cross is going to happen. Please place all your orders, and then we do a match of all the orders that are in there. And every one of the shareholders is very familiar with what time to be into the system. We've seen this a lot of different ways. Like you said, it's kind of a flexible process by leveraging the ATS. The issuer can call their cross. Again, we have to work out these details in advance, but it could be, again, daily, weekly, real time, monthly, quarterly, annually, however, they would like to schedule it. So that, that's, I just wanted to make sure that was clear, because it's not traditional market structure. We're not, it's not the New York Stock Exchange. It's not NASDAQ, where you have, hundreds of millions of transactions happening in micro and nanoseconds with, those traditional structures. This is a much different arena. But the magic, again, is allowing these trades to actually facilitate themselves should there be liquidity on the other side.
And it's also a different type of a market also, right? It's not high frequency trading and algorithmic trading and things like that. I mean, these are real people with, real monies and real interests and connections to the companies they invest in.
Yeah, that's true. And another point that, sorry, I don't think I answered the full question was, there are liquidity options there too, where, if like a stock buyback program could be infused into the process, where, if somebody was trying to come in and, just selling at a penny or something, all their shares and trying to dive the stock, there could be a barrier in there with a placeholder by the issuer that says, I'll scoop up anything at this particular level. So we've had a lot of conversations around that, and we're still fine tuning it, but it is an option to create some price stability.
Well, the key is, I think the overall message to anyone is that secondary market trading is now evolving. We first started with, we needed to have the regulations. Number two, we needed to have the venue. We now have the venue. Now people are finally discovering that, just because the securities free trading, there's still additional steps you need to take, right? The company still needs to file their blue sky. The company still needs to be listed in a securities manual. So just like everything else, these are steps. And how does secondary work overall? I think as time goes by, that visibility will come out more. But the way I look at it in simplicity is that you get to stay as a private company. So who cares what your price is? Everything about, whenever you talk to a CEO of a publicly traded company, whether it's NASDAQ or TSXV, CSE, or OTC, oh, my share price, my share price, my share price, my share price. I haven't seen a single offering in Reg A or any of the regs where it's, you're buying at 50 cents, 50 cents, 50 cents. It's not about the price. So I think if that's the way you're thinking, you're gonna get them there. If you take them out of that equation and you treat it as a venue, and this venue is going to work with you, it's not going to work against you. Meaning that if you need to raise capital, correct me if I'm wrong here, Lee, that the company can actually halt the ATS platform from trading their securities once the company goes live with an offering. I'm correct on that?
Yeah, so we can certainly talk about that, right? Once it's listed, for sure, but if there is a need for a halt, we're open to talking about that for sure.
Okay, perfect. So these are the kind of things that CEOs are thinking about. How do I utilize this venue? But always try to remember this in the back of your mind. You're a private company. That's not a public stock exchange. It's like, I don't want to, it's like a glorified bulletin board, but fully regulated, right? With all the protections that everyone needs. But more importantly, it's good for you to provide that to your shareholder. Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with the pressure of, so when are you selling? When are you selling? When are you going public? And you may not want to go public. You may not want to sell. I mean, how many times have all, Scott Pantel brought up a great example earlier today, and so does Stephen Brock, that needs to be reminded to everyone. Not every company is a publicly traded company. This is, and I'm going to give it to you in numbers. And I'm only going to give you one number, and that is in the United States, there's 32 million privately registered companies. Okay, so with COVID-19, I'll chop away 2 million. Okay, so 30 million. And 30 million, and there's less than 20,000 publicly traded companies trading. So it's not for everyone. And the other companies are still raising money. They're still staying private. And all you're doing is providing a form of monetization for your investors so they can keep re-putting that money back in the private world. And that's how it works. Not everyone needs to go that route. If that is your route, that's fantastic, great. But you're going to need capital. Going public, just being worth $1 billion isn't enough anymore. Now you need to be worth 5 billion, 10 billion to get the market awareness and everything. So build it up while you're private. That way you don't have to spend the millions of dollars per year on governance and compliance to maintain that. So I've been an entrepreneur for, well, I won't say how many years because, you'll know how old I am. I'm only 25. So the important thing is that it's great to provide people an option that they know to be real. If you've ever raised money, when you are asked this question by an investor and they go, so what's the exit strategy? Oh, we're going to, roll ourselves into a CPC and we're going to find it in, there's thousands of them. Everybody always says there's always thousands, but when it's time to look, you can't find any. It's always, oh my God, it's a pain in the butt. And then the final deal, everybody gets screwed except the people, excuse my language, but I've been there, done that. So I know firsthand how you get swayed into that model. And then in the end, you got nothing, absolutely nothing to show for it. And then the other model is where, you're going to sell the company. Great. So fast and burn, sell. Great. So who's going to be spending the time building the company, growing the company? And I think that's the way, for me, it's, you want to dump it. I'm not going to be able to stop you. Sell it. Okay, sell it. It's done. You sold what? 100,000 shares at half the price. Is that the indicator? If the rest of the people aren't selling, if you've got 30,000 shareholders and one sold, is that the indicator that no? So it's time to embrace the fear of the unknown, because the fear of the unknown is that it is actually something that we can embrace graciously. So I'm really excited. So thank you both. You guys were amazing this afternoon. You guys closed it off for everyone. Dr. Android there with his background, and Lee, I always enjoy our talks. It's never a dull moment, right? From the stock symbol conversation to making it work for us, decentralized, centralized identity, which is solving real problems. So for everyone else, I'm going to, you've all graced us with your time this afternoon. You've taken the time to come and listen to the whole process from A to Z on how your company in the medtech life sciences sector can take advantage of this amazing regulation, and not only take advantage of this amazing regulation, but how does it all start? This is the part that a lot of people did not understand, that there is a process to get it all started. There is things you need to go through. If you don't, you heard one of the panelists we had earlier to say that if you decide to go to here, we're gonna need to go back over here. So I've been trying to get that hopefully to everyone here, this vertical is so special. You heard every one of our speakers had an attachment to what all of you are doing. All of you are doing something so impactful that it really made a big difference in the sector. So, and what I'm trying to do now is just kind of closing all of you off for this afternoon. I want to remind you, just, you know, as you review the materials that you're going to receive, there's a deliberate process that's been created for companies like yours to be able to follow, right from the you know, having the earlier program with Stephen Brock. Oh, there's Stephen. He wasn't shy. He was just trying to get it reconnected, which is an important one. What Stephen brings to the table, to the sector, is something that, you know, I'll be honest with you, when I first saw what Stephen was doing for his clients, at first I wasn't really all there. You know, like everyone, I'll be honest with you, it's just a matter of education. And now, you know, all of us around who have experienced this process with Stephen, we've said to ourselves, you know what, it would be great if this was done by many of the other companies in other sectors. And one of the things that people often forget to do is the process. And I know I heard Douglas Rourke say it, I heard Shari say it, I heard the people at KoreConnex on the core transfer side, we heard it from the investor acquisition, from Scott Allen, and so on. But the process begins here. It needs to have a beginning in order for you to get properly started. And that is the part that Scott and Stephen are providing. It's a way for you to take all of those ideas and things you've been working on and to properly structure it so it can materialize to something that the lawyers can submit to the SEC and the auditors can audit. And let's not forget, investors can invest in. There's nothing worse than saying I need money and they go, and I've seen this. I kid you not, I've actually seen this where companies are ready to raise money, they're ready to go, they got people lining up, and then everybody look under the hood and say, excuse me, guys, we got a problem here. We can't take on investors. What? Right? So, and that's what, Stephen, that's what you're working on, helping companies, bringing them on to, it's a 6-week program that you walk them through. Just give us the high level points of it so everyone remembers what they need to start with.
Thanks, Oscar. I gotta tell you, this was a fantastic presentation you put on. All your A+ team members, which are also part of our A+ team members, and presenting to the medical community has been fantastic, having them involved with us and presenting to them so that they can feel comfortable and they can trust the process and their experience and their direction and how long they've been doing this for is just amazing. And I mean, you've been doing it for 12 years. I tell you, being able to meet you and involve the groups that you have pulled together has been so beneficial to the medical community, and they just don't know it yet. They're going to learn by the educational aspects that we're all putting together here. But what we put together was the capital planning valuation strategy, which many of the people that we've talked to and were on the session today know about to some degree and some don't. But we will build that presentation and at no cost and at no obligation, because we want them to win. We want them to raise that capital that they deserve, especially as how hard they have worked. And so having the foundational platform of knowing where should our share structure be? What's our pre and post valuation? What does it look like from a capital cash flow cost presentation? Do we need a 506C to be able to use as a stepping stone into a Reg A plus financially? So all of that we will develop for them and go through our protocols as a registered investment advisor. I will get that foundation with my team built out and presented, and they will enjoy it because it's an option that they have. And look, I agree with you. I've hoped, and I said this to Scott Pantel earlier on, I would love venture capital to get behind this and see it as a way for them to have less dilution to the original shareholders and founders, so that they have a bigger raise that they can do for them and have more people involved. And so it might benefit them to get behind Regulation A+ as a way to stepstone to even larger raises and show the founders they want them to keep that passion and to have that benefit of having more ownership, more, preferably more control, of course, but also getting VCs to embrace this and use it as a tool that they show that they are in this with the founders as partners, and not just as people looking to have an exit and make that extra bill off of them. Get them as partners in the deal, have them as partners in the deal, and everybody wins. Look at it from a win-win structure, and that would be super to have more VCs embrace this long-term. And I think there's a huge benefit to that if they could just tweak their viewpoint of allowing founders to have more. That's the objective.
I think we're there. I think we're there. I really believe that the numbers speak for themselves, right? I mean, I remember when, the Jobs Act got introduced and people, it's just kiddie money. Well, we're about to hit 1 billion with just one of the regulations. And the fact that Regulation A got increased from 50 to 75 million tells you the regulators know that this is a regulation for the medtech, biotech, life sciences companies, real estate. So it's no longer just for startups. Not every startup needs 75 million on the first year.
Yes.
A company like this would. So I'm really excited, and I think this was. Thank you for your comments. But again, I cannot stress to everyone, because we see this all too often. You're eager to get going with us, and we would love to have you on board. We want to get you started faster, but I'm going to tell you, it's like anything else. The fastest way to get to A to Z is starting with A. Okay, so make no mistake, the fastest way to get to A to Z is starting with A, and Stephen Brock and his is the way to go.
But because if you've got the foundational build out ready to present to the lawyers, ready to present to broker dealers, ready to present to CoreConnex, you actually will save tons of time. Because if you deliver this, let's just call it a mess of documentation, well, then it's really hard for them to get started, and then it has to go backwards again. And so why not just do it right from the get-go, and you will save months of time. And that is what actually absolutely will occur if they follow a foundational build out, a roadmap, a way to stay in control, a way to raise the kind of capital that they did not realize was available to them. I can't tell you how many companies think, well, we're debating if we actually have a $5 or $10 million valuation. We do this presentation for them that lasts about an hour and a half after we've done our due diligence and built the documentation out for them. It's actually, sometimes it's a $100 million valuation. And they go, what? Where'd that come from? I go, we didn't develop it. The VCs developed it. That's the new valuation, stock times price. But we also have to make sure we take comparables into consideration off a pitch book and what's going on in their marketplace. So a number of things have to be looked at, but let's get that done now. Let's not wait until you want to file at the SEC and then we have to start over again and get it prepared for the lawyers and the auditor. The auditor needs great documentation before they even get onto the audit. And that's from a legal perspective. And so that's why you have two legal pieces involved. One is the foundational legal that gets executed. And then the secondary after that is where Doug and RDR comes into play, and they get their piece done for the offering documents at either a 506C, which they'll prepare for the client, or just go straight to a Reg A+, or use the 506C as the stepping stone into a Reg A+. And the beauty of that is the 506C is the majority of what's going to go to the A+. Because all that work's been done. except for, pieces like the audit, etc. So I really appreciate, Oscar, being allowed to show the industry what you have developed in digital raise to raise. And so many people don't realize that's available. And some of the old guards look at it and say, well, I prefer the old way and going to meet people, face to face. Zoom fixes that. In fact, I had just talked to a potential client yesterday, and she said, Stephen, I did my whole seed invest all on Zoom. So that was really special to hear that they're embracing the use of productivity features and not having to go walk around people's offices and shake hands and meet face to face, because it's almost the same thing. Us being able to use video, good documentation and due diligence back and forth. And hey, if you have to have that plane trip and meet because that's the way it is, then you do it. But many are not having to because they're getting more comfortable due diligencing this way to get to the end result of a great capital raise. So, I mean, what you've all put together, and Oscar, your KoreConnex, it's stunning to me where it's all come from when I got into the industry and where we are today. It is the most fun ever. And I just can't wait until the people in the verticals that we work in can see that and will take the time to learn about it. And I hope use it.
Perfect. Well said. So we're now down to the hour, and I just want to thank everyone once again for attending one of our amazing core summits, bringing the A teams together in this new exciting vertical, the Medtech, life sciences, biotech, pharma. And thank you, everyone. As a reminder, if you want to meet any of the speakers, just go to www.KoreSummit.io. Click on speakers. You will see the speakers, their bios, their LinkedIn link, their email addresses. You will be emailed information shortly as well about the event. And as well, because it was recorded, it will be available on YouTube channel for those who have registered. Once again, thank you, and stay tuned. We have 5 more core summits to finish off 2021. There's some exciting hot topics that could appeal to some of you as well. Till then, thank you, and I look forward to seeing all of you very soon on your journey to getting your impact company raised. Thank you.